Let us pray. Lord of Lords, we pray for all who offer themselves to take on positions of leadership in our public life, for our politicians, our judges, for our civil servants, our community leaders. In times of cynicism, we give thanks for the sacrifices they make to serve us, and pray that they may discharge their office with integrity, wisdom, and compassion. Grant to those who lead our nation and local communities the spirit of service. Following the example of your Son, may have courage to distinguish between what is popular and what is right. The openness to learn from the ideas and policies of others, and the compassion to work with those who are most at need. In Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. Say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Good morning, honorable members. This chamber is now in session. The minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, April the 23rd, 2024, will be deferred.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the minutes be deferred.
Honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The announcement. Message from the Honourable, the Senate, to the Honourable, the House of Assembly. Message from the Honourable, the Senate, to the Honourable, the House of Assembly. The Honourable Senate has the honour to inform the Honourable House of Assembly that at its meeting on Friday, the 3rd of May, 2024, the ICC Cricket World Cup West Indies Bill 2024 was amended in the following terms. Clause 3 was deleted from Part 2 and inserted under Part 1. In Clause 39(1), the words Parts 4 and 5 were deleted, and the words 23, 26, 27, 28, and 32 substituted, therefore, and clauses 47 and 51, originally in Part 5, under the heading Remedies, have now been placed under a new Part 6, or heading Miscellaneous. And the Honourable Senate transmits the amended bill to the Honourable the House of Assembly, inviting concurrence in the amendment of the bill, dated the 3rd day of May, 2024, and signed by His Honour President. The message from Her Excellency the President to the Honourable the House of Assembly. Her Excellency the President wishes to inform the Honourable House of Assembly that she will be absent from the country during the period 7th to 11th of May 2024 on vacation leave. Her Excellency further wishes to inform the Honourable the House of Assembly that In accordance with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution, the Very Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Douglas Gibson will perform the functions of the office of President for the period of Her Excellency's absence. Signed by Her Honor, the President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to give notice of a resolution that the Honourable the House of Assembly concur in the amendments made by the Honourable the Senate to the ICC Cricket World Cup West Indies Bill 2024. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42 subsection 5, 43 and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
No. That those standing orders so mentioned be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. The honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Government's business is the order of the day. Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. With your permission, ma'am, I wish to move that order number 8 be read as a cognate debate, as both bills are inextricably linked.
Question is that order number 8 be read as a cognate debate. Honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Order number 8 is now order of the day.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not surprising that Barbados's economic success has been linked inextricably with its political stability. And as I come to conduct this debate this morning, it is against the backdrop that this country, being small, requires us to be absolutely focused, Madam Deputy Speaker, on how we conduct ourselves as parliamentarians, how we as political parties, Madam Deputy Speaker, project confidence in relation to what happens not just in Barbados, but certainly what happens outside of Barbados, and how we are capable of managing that. And I'm proud to stand here this morning to say to you, and through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the rest of the country, that the Barbados Labour Party continues to provide global leadership, regional leadership, as well as local leadership in relation to stabilizing our fiscal circumstance, Madam Deputy Speaker, but equally ensuring that we create an atmosphere that is conducive for inclusive growth, which is what we have committed ourselves to doing. And therefore, political stability, sir, sorry, ma'am, political stability, my apologies,
Yes, sir.
is at the center of what we do and how it impacts the lives of our citizens. And therefore, it is not surprising that the record of the Barbados Labour Party in managing the economic affairs of this country has been rooted in fundamentally being a stable political institution, because the importance of us getting it right, Madam Deputy Speaker, makes a significant difference to the conduct of business in Barbados by locals as well as those who come to invest from abroad. And therefore, it is against that backdrop that this corporation top-up tax bill I present this morning, along with the income tax amendments, has to be framed, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the context that Barbados absolutely deserves the right leadership to continue the recovery based on what we observed over the last decade, Madam Deputy Speaker. And therefore, let us not be fooled. The Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program that we set about in 2018 continues in spite of the significant damage caused by the last administration, not just to the reputation of this country, but equally to the fiscal and the normative circumstance that people expected to have from a government providing stability in the first instance and relative certainty, given that Barbados is a small, open economy navigating what is a complex global environment. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Barbadians would be reminded that almost every budget, they will be treated to some increase in tax by the last administration. And over the course of the last 6 years, we have sought to create an environment, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is as stable as possible, that will allow for domestic investment as well as foreign investment, such that we're able to open up and unlock opportunities for broad investment in mobilizing resources domestically as well as across the region, to be able to ensure that Barbados can recover, and it can recover in an inclusive manner. And the pieces of legislation that are here before the Chamber this morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, are aligned with respect to what we are trying to achieve in terms of being able to utilize regulations which are agreed at a global level to be able to reposition Barbados for growth, inclusive growth, but equally to be able to build resilience as we seek to achieve not just the SDGs by 2030, but also to achieve climate resilience in so doing. And it is important to recognize that as we seek to do the traditional sources of financing, that we must be capable of using the tax system to unlock areas of investment that are strategically aligned with the national objectives, particularly as it relates to building capacity for growth and to allow our citizens to be able to invest in order to be a part of the recovery, and therefore being able to ensure that households and communities, Madam Deputy Speaker, are sufficiently resilient such that, as we all know, when the world becomes a little more uncertain, that we will be able to have built sufficient capacity and buffers to help shield fully the cushion of those impacts which we know have been coming very fast and very furious. And therefore, these objectives are critical, and it requires absolute focus on the part of the government and all of the stakeholders to ensure that we do not get distracted, Madam Deputy Speaker, between who is the leader or who wants to be the leader, because at the end of the day, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government and the people of this country requires absolute focus on the very things that matter in the lives of ordinary Barbadians. We take this duty very, 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 very seriously. And we have engaged in a what might be a marathon, if you like, Madam Deputy Speaker, in consultations not just with domestic businesses, taxpayers, We've also engaged at the multilateral level within the context of the FATF, which the Honourable Attorney General, you heard the Prime Minister allude to in the budget, of working through systematically with the team that he assembled to address those 53 things that we found upon assuming office that had Barbados on the blacklist for not being compliant on a range of matters that impacted our ability to do business. We also, Madam Deputy Speaker, had to address in a frontal way the fact that in addition to those supposed deficiencies, the country's reputation had been downgraded 23 times because we were perceived, Madam Deputy Speaker, to not be worthy of being able to borrow on the international market or from anybody for that matter, unless we had to pay significant costs. Equally, Madam Deputy Speaker, within the OECD framework, there were issues with which our systems were not aligned with what was required of us. And this government set about in the last 6 years to equally also address those issues within the context of the European Union and those areas. We did a similar exercise, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ensure that we in government, along with the stakeholders in the private sector, and I want to thank them for the very long hours of engagement that certainly has led us to this stage, where we've had to ensure that the practitioners in the space fully appreciate, as well as the businesses fully appreciate, that the government is taking these matters very seriously, and that between the Central Bank of Barbados, the Financial Services Commission, the Barbados Revenue Authority, CAIPO as a regulatory agency, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Financial Intelligence Unit, the Anti-Money Laundering Unit, and a range of other supporting departments, that we've created now a system that allows the country to be able to be much more nimble in relation to not just how we exchange information, but to ensure that over the course of the last 6 years, we've done all of the legislative adjustments. We've put the necessary systems in place, Madam Deputy Speaker, so that Barbados' reputation will not be sullied simply because we do not have the ability to respond in time, or that we are not capable of providing the necessary analysis or analyses in order to ensure that our reputation is sound. And this is part of that framework, Madam Deputy Speaker, because when we converged our tax system in 2018, and you would recall, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the former member for St. Michael North came to this Parliament with about, I think it was about 14 pieces of legislation in December of 2018. It was as a result of the previous administration agreeing to dismantle the corporate tax structure without really telling anybody or putting any mechanism in place to respond. And therefore, assuming office, we had to move very quickly and urgently to be able to see where we would land Barbados, given that we had just entered a program which was supported by the International Monetary Fund in order to repair the reputation of Barbados, and therefore we had to reform the tax system then. And I say that against the context that ordinarily we would not take such drastic measures in the way that we did, but given the commitment of the previous administration, we had no choice but to be able to move to a direction where we converge all of the tax rates in order to ensure that we created a platform in relation to creating a relatively stable environment. Since then, as you may be aware, Madam Deputy Speaker, the world has agreed that as it relates to firms operating globally, multinational enterprises, who earn more than 750 million euros, or approximately 850 million US dollars, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there should be a global minimum tax that all of these entities pay, irrespective of where they operate. And Barbados is a part of that framework in relation to ensuring that these entities all pay their fair share of taxes. Now, bear in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when we had our corporation tax rates at around 25% or 30%, we had a range of allowances, just like in most jurisdictions across the world now, who will say that they have similar tax rates. The number of loopholes, Madam Deputy Speaker, that allows entities to be able to offset the tax that they pay are so large, that it effectively makes the nominal tax rate, you're really making a mockery of it, given the quantum of allowances that are allowed in relation to expenses to be deducted. And therefore, when we converged, we simplified our allowance system and focus on the very things, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we knew we needed to focus on as a country, such as research and development and training and the like, in order to make sure that we focus on those areas that we knew would have been critical at that particular point in time. You heard the Prime Minister, again, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the budget of this year, identify national areas of strategic importance that we too now want to make sure that as we signal to all and sundry how we are going to utilize not just traditional forms of financing, but being able to identify areas within which we want to help mobilize private resources to be able to help Barbados achieve climate resilience, but also achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, especially given that we've gone through COVID, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've had a number of natural disasters impact us in 2021 in particular. And since then, we've seen the evolution of a number of external economic shocks, starting with the war in Ukraine. We had the global supply chain disruption when the boat was stuck in the Suez Canal. We're having issues now where, for example, the level of rainfall is now impacting the amount of water, the volume of water within the Panama Canal, which is also affecting the rate at which the ships are able to transit through there, and therefore there's still a knock-on effect in relation to that. And all of these things matter, Madam Deputy Speaker, to how we do things in Barbados, because we do not have the capacity to produce everything that we can consume or we need in Barbados. And therefore, as a result, it requires us to be able to import, and therefore the kind of lifestyle that we as Barbadians have become accustomed to has to be predicated on how do we create an enabling environment, not just for inward investment and domestic investment, Madam Deputy Speaker, but investment that is geared towards earning foreign exchange in order to ensure that we have the capacity or the buffer such that when things happen internationally, that we can absorb some of those shocks as best we can, whilst being able to mitigate by being able to boost domestic production of things in strategic areas that will allow us to be able to help substitute some of that foreign exchange in order to make sure that we have a stable environment. And therefore, the reforms that we've undertaken broadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, continues to, I think, put Barbados in a position whereby not just from a confidence perspective in terms of the domestic space, but we are seeing renewed interest in people wanting to not just invest in Barbados, but work alongside Barbadians to be able to see how we can connect and ensure that we get similar levels of rates of return for the high level of savings that we have within the domestic space. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have determined, as you heard the Prime Minister announce in November in this chamber, when she addressed the matter of the global minimum tax, that commencing January 1st of this year, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we would move away from the sliding scale that we had introduced in December of 2018. 2018 for corporate entities. And to the extent that we would now have within the domestic space a tax rate of 9% for all businesses operating in Barbados from January 1st of 2024. We also identified then, Madam Deputy Speaker, that for small businesses registered under the Small Business Development Act. So let me just make sure that people understand that. For small businesses registered under the Small Business Development Act, that their tax rate will be 5.5%. But all other businesses, if you're not a registered small business, the domestic rate will now be 9%. And therefore, in order for us to make sure then that we are consistent with the application of the global minimum tax rules, the GLOBE rules as they're called, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill this morning is seeking to ensure that Barbados signals to all and sundry that the top-up tax between the 9 and the 15%, Madam Deputy Speaker, for those companies, and they declare for those companies above that threshold of 750 million euros or 850 million US dollars, depending on where the exchange rate is at any given point in time. That is the threshold, Madam Deputy Speaker, for those companies that will be impacted. Now, here's the thing, Madam Deputy Speaker. The companies either pay the tax in Barbados or they will pay the tax in the jurisdiction for which they are domiciled. And this framework allows Barbados and Barbadians to be able to say to all and sundry that any company, and we actually do have some domestic companies who who meet that threshold, and therefore, as in Barbadian companies, who fall within that threshold, and then there are others who operate from Barbados who equally fall, who cross that threshold. And therefore, in order for Barbados to defend its own reputation, Madam Deputy Speaker, and so that when we are peer-reviewed, this framework allows us, and certainly allows the Barbados Revenue Authority as the competent authority, the entity that exchanges information with other tax authorities across the world, so that if a country isn't sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, that your business isn't paying the appropriate amount of tax, they can inquire from the Barbados Revenue Authority as to your operations in Barbados and globally to ensure that the level of taxes that you are paying, not just in Barbados but in other jurisdictions, is commensurate with that ideal of ensuring that those large multinational enterprises, that they pay their fair share of tax globally. And therefore, there are not a lot of those companies of Barbadian origin, but Barbados has long created an environment where companies want to do their work from here. They do their work from here. They provide a large number of jobs for Barbadians, our constituents, Madam Deputy Speaker. And therefore, this is important from the perspective that in order for us to ensure that we signal to all and sundry where Barbados stands in relation to the global minimum tax, this piece of legislation sets out where we make the necessary provisions such that for those entities that are operating here, we've had a series of consultations with those entities who have been long-standing and actually want to remain in Barbados, that this is the new framework and regime that will take place. Now, if you're not above that threshold, Madam Deputy Speaker, then the 9% applies to everybody else, except you're a small business. And that has been in place since January 1st of 2020, of this year, 2024. And therefore, we are now, and again, in a sense, providing certainty to the business community in relation to where Barbados stands in relation to not just the global tax system, but how the Barbados Labour Party intends to manage, Madam Deputy Speaker, the tax policy as it relates to Barbados' fiscal situation. Now, you heard the Prime Minister in the budget indicate very clearly to Barbadians, Mr. Speaker, that there will be no new taxes introduced this year. Where we stand now, we expect to see some upside as countries come on board with respect to the implementation of these rules, and as we transition from 2024 to 2025, where in 2025 all companies operating globally will be subject to these regulations. We are transitioning to, during this year, to ensure only for 2024, just to be clear, only for 2024, that for those companies whose original jurisdiction have not yet implemented the legislation, that only for 2024, Madam Deputy Speaker, those companies will remain on the previous sliding scale, a 1-year effective transition, if you like, to 2025, and therefore it is important to signal that, because we are conscious that all companies require certainty in relation to where we are going. And therefore, having done the consultations, we are confident that the piece of legislation that we have here puts Barbados in the best possible position, Madam Speaker, to be able to help transition from what would have been the previous system into the new system in a way that is relatively smooth, Madam Deputy Speaker, and therefore allows us now to be able to signal how we are going to manage tax policy in order to drive how we achieve not just the Sustainable Development Goals, but equally respond to the climate crisis. And I wish to remind the Chamber that having identified those priority areas in the budget a couple months ago, we've already started in earnest in relation to developing the framework within which we will operate there, to be able, as we transition in this period, to ensure that the credits that we've put in place allows companies to do that investment on behalf of the people of Barbados, therefore allowing us to be able to effectively utilize that as some additional fiscal space to achieve things in areas of priority, whether it is areas in respect of the marine preservation areas that we identify. And as you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, the debt swap that we did 2 years ago, supported by the IDB as well as the TNC, that we now want to ensure that we work alongside all of the investors along the coast of Barbados to ensure that they too can help advance some of the works that need to be done to protect not just their investment, but protect the beaches, to protect the coral reefs, Madam Deputy Speaker, in terms of coral reef restoration, to preserve the marine environment, and that is a critical area that is of national importance, and therefore working alongside the Coastal Zone Management Unit as the ultimate protector of our coastal zone, working alongside them, then we know that we'll be able to unlock significant investment to build resilience, climate resilience for the country, and to be able to ensure then that the businesses operating within those environments, that they can play a significant role too in protecting their investment, and ultimately ensuring then that Barbados has the capacity to be able to grow and grow in a sustainable way, and therefore we are utilizing again the tax system through policy to be able to unlock some of those investments. We've also identified areas of R&D that we believe are critical in areas of pharmaceuticals and the like, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a growth area, given we have invested significantly in producing a number of scientists at the University of West Indies. And you will recall that we came to this chamber very early in 2018, Madam Deputy Speaker, to redouble, in a sense, the investment in our people by removing the tuition fees that was put in place by the last administration. And therefore, rather than seeing the university as a problem, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have determined that we will open up opportunities for research and development to keep as many of our very talented Barbadian scientists here in order to ensure that Barbados can build the capacity to be able to do world-class things, Madam Deputy Speaker. And therefore, when we speak to policy coherence, it's important to understand that, as I've said to the OECD, I've said to the competent authorities, officials that are here, that Barbados's development is inextricably linked to how we are able to build sufficient human capital, human intelligence, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to solve not just problems in Barbados, but to help solve global problems. And therefore, by being able to focus very clearly in some of these areas, we know that if we put our absolute focus in helping Barbadians to be able to achieve in some of these areas, the return on that investment, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be significant. And that is what this government has committed to doing. We will continue to do so, but it requires us to be able to ensure that we are laser-like and focused in order to make sure then that the balance between the investment on the private side and what we can ensure that at the back end, because R&D sometimes takes some time before it becomes marketable. The reality is that you have to choose a few areas, which we've done, particularly within pharmaceuticals. Given our demographic profile, especially in areas where we know that there needs to be better research done with black populations and medicines that are tailored specifically for our demographic, we are absolutely confident that that investment will pay off for us, because at the end of it, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to make sure that we also are able to provide, again, as we've continued to do, proper access to health services, which includes significant R&D within not just the pharmaceutical, but within the medical research space, which will allow us to be able to drive not just innovation, but equally allow for greater productivity if we're able to solve those problems in collaboration with those who operate globally. And therefore, this is not just an exercise about what the level of the tax rate will be. This is about how do we reposition Barbados strategically, Madam Deputy Speaker, using as one part of the tax system to be able to facilitate Barbados' development, our growth, in order to ensure that, again, as I said, we can build resilience, meet the SDG goals by 2030, and equally be able to allow for some level of enfranchisement with Barbadians in a way that is significant. Now, the result of all of this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we want to see more companies operating in Barbados. We want to see more companies growing, and effectively the environment that we are trying to create here, Madam Deputy Speaker, is really to provide again the kind of leadership to Barbadians and the rest of the region in relation to how we transition. Now, coincidentally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know, if Barbados, well, not say if, Barbados has been known to be a leader in the region. And I believe that under the last administration, there was a sense of complacency. Complacency that meant that we were not as focused and agile as we ought to be in relation to further building that capacity. And I will remind you and the public, remind the public through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that whatever we do, the focus has to be how do we leverage the long history of investment that we've made in our people, and these reforms that we are undertaking are all inextricably linked, Madam Deputy Speaker. And therefore, whilst we're here this morning to speak about tax, I want to say to Barbadians, wherever you are, that getting ourselves in order in order is important if we are going to develop the right type of policy interventions that can help grow the sectors or the industries that businesses are operating in. And that means, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the sharing of data and information with the government is going to be key. And the reason that is the case is because as we have continued to engage and advocate on Barbados' behalf, Madam Deputy Speaker, certainly through my engagement, I should say, persons have reached out to say they want to do these things in Barbados. But oftentimes, people see it as a threat in terms of people wanting to come and take the market space. When, in truth, in fact, sometimes it is more about healthy competition in the first instance, but then two, the collaborative effort now that is required, Madam Deputy Speaker, to not just see Barbados as just 166 square miles, but being able to leverage as I said, the capital that we do have to scale that up in order to ensure that we can do more exports. And I think that is where there is somewhat of a disconnect between where people in the private sector may believe that if you give the government information that we just want to tax you. And I can be honest with you, Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to collect the tax, yes. But the key is to grow. So if we get the right kind of information, it means that the right tax level can be applied that encourages growth rather than having a situation where you got some people hiding and ducking from the BRA or the NIS. They want to do things, but because they're not providing the kind of information, then we really can't help forge the relationships. Why? Because when people come in and want to do business, they want to do business with people that they know are credible, Madam Deputy Speaker. They want to do business with credible people. And therefore, no matter where you are, there's always an option for us being able to ensure that there is regularity to all of our actions. Now, I have seen instances where we have been able to help businesses grow simply by being able to have an exchange of information with the government to ensure that the right policy framework can be set in place, the right links can be made in the appropriate jurisdictions to expand business. And that is what the government is really here to do. And with that expansion, it means more revenue for the country. We can better deliver the services that people want and need, Madam Deputy Speaker. And therefore, it allows us then to be able to monitor and ensure that, one, we don't have a situation developing where people feel as if they're being targeted as they were under the last administration, when every time the Minister of Finance came to this place, there was an increase in tax in somewhere on the very same people who were already paying taxes and certainly were experiencing a significant deterioration in the quality of the public services. And I don't need to go back there to remind you, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the sewage that was flowing in the streets for almost 3 years. Because these are the things that require absolute focus to ensure that the entire ecosystem, nobody is going to invest, Madam Deputy Speaker, in improving the plant if the public services are not up to scratch. And therefore, you must appreciate that we need information to ensure that we get the compliance right in relation to taxation, so that the government itself, as we go and we meet with partners to open up access to markets, that the private sector is alongside sharing the right type of information to be able to help to do that. Because I will love Barbadian companies, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I know it is indeed possible in this very digital age that there's some young enterprising boy or girl who might be sitting common entrance today, Madam Deputy Speaker, who might come up with a brilliant idea and in 2-3 years, got the world upside down and earning billions of dollars. And therefore, we have to be capable of supporting, not just from an accounting or legal perspective, but supporting those types of individuals. Because in the world that we live in today, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is driven by data and information and content. You still have the bread and butter things, the stuff that you need to touch and feel, of course. But the world is driven by data and information today. And the development of artificial intelligence is an area that we could easily see a few companies springing up out of Barbados that will meet these thresholds. And therefore, our investment in our developing our capacity at the Revenue Authority and the other regulatory agencies to support such an endeavor is going to be important if any of those young people find themselves in a situation where they need to be able to get good policy advice in terms of how to pursue in order to protect their own investment and how we all may be able to invest in that particular space. And therefore, these two pieces of legislation here today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe are fundamentally important to how we can reposition Barbados for the future. If people believe that all we are out to do is to tax you, Madam Deputy Speaker, then I believe you're maybe in the wrong space. Because this country and its standard of living, I probably should say standards of living, because I know Barbadians know full well the standard of living that they experience under the Barbados Labour Party. And I know all too well that they remember fully the standard that they were living under the Democratic Labour Party. And therefore, it is important to appreciate that the investment that is required to ensure that you lift the standard, not lower it, lift the standard, means that each of us got to get up every day, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you're in the public service, what have you done today, or what will you do today that will help somebody grow their business today and tomorrow? And if you're in the private sector, Madam Deputy Speaker, what are you doing today to ensure that your company can grow and get to a point where you're exporting and earning foreign exchange? If those are not the things that you're thinking about, then it means you're likely not to be as successful as you think you may be. The world is moving along, Madam Deputy Speaker. It means that all of us have to adapt and adopt to changing standards. And by the same token, we in the government, in surveilling the environment, we too, anchored in our Barbados economic recovery and transformation, recognize that there are opportunities where you can take advantage of. But the only way you can do that is if there's a collaborative approach between the private sector and the government, being able to share accurate and credible information, to be able to connect and mobilize investment in order for us to be able to do that. And I say so because I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, having established the Office of the African Exempt Bank here in Barbados, I know the Minister of Agriculture and the member for St. Philip North is working to establish the food terminal with, which will help Barbados and the region, working with Guyana and Suriname to be able to reduce our imports, our food imports by 25% by 2025, is in train, will require private investment facilitated by government. And therefore, these are areas that we believe the type of financing and arrangements and the collaboration within the local as well as the regional private sector will be important. Barbados is positioning itself to be a logistics hub and that too will form part of how we are able to build out a different ecosystem in Barbados. Madam Deputy Speaker, since the pandemic, we've almost seen an explosion in logistics activities. And it has not abated in spite of the fact that people are traveling again. And I believe we have a genuine opportunity as we look forward to welcoming Barbadians from abroad next year as we mark, today being May 7th, I believe, in a week's time, if my memory serves me correctly, is when the British would have landed here in 1625. So as we mark the 400th year of the modern settlement of Barbados, I believe that logistics, moving people, moving packages, moving water, moving information, you name it, moving garbage, people, and the like, logistics is going to become a much more important element for the development of Barbados. And therefore, we have to recognize that the data and the advancements that we've done within the customs to be able to facilitate these things will be new businesses and new areas of businesses that Barbados can get into. And therefore, we have to reposition and ensure that our regulations permit that. And as we have been discussing, certainly within the context of the Bristol Initiative, Madam Deputy Speaker, there have been wide-ranging discussions about how do we facilitate a different regime for international shipping. There will be some further announcements within that particular space, but suffice it to say, logistics will become a critical part of what we do, and we would love to be able to ensure then that there are more entities operating in Barbados to be able to move more global trade between Latin America, between Africa and the like. And in so doing, we are setting up these systems to be able to accommodate what we see as strategic areas for genuine, substantive economic activity out of Barbados. And therefore, again, aligning the legislative framework with what we perceive to be substantive business being able to be done out of Barbados. By the same token, we've already signaled that we want to increase our rum exports, Madam Deputy Speaker, from just north of 100 million US to $1 billion US, Madam Deputy Speaker, by 2030. The logistics around that, as well as the impact with respect to the revenues for the entities operating out of Barbados, will be significant. And therefore, we are priming ourselves to make sure that we have the necessary framework to be able to say to the rest of the world, this is the substantive business that's being done in Barbados, so that when we self-certify that Barbados is compliant because we have these activities happening in Barbados, that our reputation, Mr. Speaker, unless it is a wicked and vindictive thing being done by somebody out there, we would be able to say we have provided all of the necessary technical information. All of the companies will be able to exchange information with whichever tax authority to be able to verify and validate that the substance of the activity taking place in Barbados and with whom we're doing it with, that is legitimate, Madam Deputy Speaker. And therefore, the adherence to the global rules and the application and interpretation of those global rules, Barbados intends to ensure that it mounts the most robust advocacy, because we believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that unless your government is out there to defend the interests of ordinary Barbadians, the interests of businesses in this country, then it would mean that we will not be in a position to ensure that we can improve upon the standard of living that persons have in this country. And therefore, we cannot take any of these things for granted, because these are the things that will have a significant impact on any government's ability to be able to help ensure that we can provide a high quality of public goods and public services without necessarily having to directly move to taxing people in the way that was done under the previous administration. Let me reiterate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have developed a posture of trying to move away from direct taxation and try to move towards indirect taxation, whilst being able to ensure we can improve the quality of the public goods and public services that we're offering. And that is still our trajectory. And therefore, as we put these mechanisms in place, Madam Deputy Speaker, then we are confident that we can continue to do that. And notwithstanding the fact that not all countries have moved at the same time, we are confident that by 2025, everything will be in place outside of Barbados. But the reality of it is that in us being able to say to the rest of the world today that Barbados is, by passage of this legislation, adopting the globe rules, it then means that there are opportunities now for us, Madam Deputy Speaker, that were not there before, for us now to be able to do some more bilateral treaties with countries all over the world who may have viewed Barbados as being a low tax jurisdiction before, and therefore now potentially opening up more avenues of business for companies operating in Barbados. And therefore, when we do this piece of legislation, as I said, once we are able to negotiate through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Energy and Business, the double taxation treaties, along with Ministry of Finance, of course, to be able to ensure that we can get these things executed as quickly as possible, then there are additional opportunities where we can open up spaces and therefore allow Barbadians to then have an additional avenue for investment, which then helps to be able to grow, Madam Deputy Speaker, grow the pie, so to speak. And therefore, this is also why we are bringing this piece of legislation here today, because it is important that you place the pieces of the puzzle together in a coherent manner, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you seek to chart the way towards being able to have Barbados being a world-class country by 2030. And therefore, speed is of the essence. And therefore, really and truly, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I'm saying to the country is that you have to make the decisions quickly, implement them, Madam Deputy Speaker, get the right strategic partners on board in whatever sector or industry you may be operating in. And once you do that, Madam Deputy Speaker, then we can see a different posture for Barbados in the future. Now, that will help Barbados to be able to withstand, as much as it can, a lot of the global uncertainties that seem to be presenting themselves almost on a daily basis today. And whilst the government cannot shield fully everybody from every shock that exists, if we do these things, Madam Deputy Speaker, then we would have put ourselves in a position where, not just within our families and our communities, but at the national level, Barbados would be in a much better place to be able to withstand that which we know is coming, whether it is a natural disaster, whether it is the prospect of conflict in another part of the world leading to the escalation in energy prices or shortages in some particular commodity, Madam Deputy Speaker. Come what may, Barbados must always be in a position, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to not just survive, but we must be able to thrive, Madam Deputy Speaker. And that is why we must ensure that as we set about the implementation of these relatively, nobody gets excited about tax matters, Madam Deputy Speaker, but these are areas that Barbadians can get excited about the possibilities in relation to how you can create an ecosystem that allows genuinely your businesses to grow. And the officials at the Revenue Authority have been working tirelessly, and thank them for what must have been a marathon set of work to be able to ensure that we have the systems in place and working collaboratively with all of the stakeholders to be able to put Barbados in a position where not just defend its reputation, but as I said, to be able to unlock areas of opportunities for growth. And this is an area that I want to wholeheartedly support, because rather than seeing the BRA as just tax collectors, Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to work collaboratively, certainly with the business community, to see where we can align the opportunities that we've identified so that we can help them, we meaning the entire ecosystem of government, to help them to be able to take advantage of those opportunities, thereby being able to deliver better terms and conditions for our people, better returns on investment for our people, in order to ensure, as I said, that we can build the resilience, meet the SDGs, and to be able to enhance the standard of living. Now, the legislation has a number of provisions, both sets of legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, many of which are extremely technical pieces of clauses here. But let me just indicate that in discussions yesterday with a number of the competent authorities over lunch, they all indicated that for the companies that they have to administer, especially given that companies operate all over the world, Madam Deputy Speaker, you have some multinational enterprises that operate in over 100 countries, 100 jurisdictions. And in particular, I was struck by a particular conversation where the competent authority from the particular country said, whilst they have the capacity to deal with stuff at the federal level, that they had also a number of, probably about 27 sub-regional or state levels, as well as almost 200 municipal or city types of regulations that they had to go through. And therefore, the complexity in trying to harmonize what is at the city level, what is at the state level, what is at the federal level, proved to be a challenge for them, let alone the fact that the same multinational might be operating in several other jurisdictions with several other similar complicated structures that they equally have to be able to do. And as I was listening to their experience about how they're implementing these rules, and I said, boy, we be lucky because we don't have that level of complexity operating in Barbados. But they recognize that because of all of these complexities, they're trying to make it as simple as possible for all of these companies who exceed the threshold to be able to report and have the information exchanged across jurisdictions, simply because it is almost an administrative nightmare just within their own jurisdiction to be able to verify and validate in real time, unless you have the relevant IT systems, which they're doing. And we will be doing, so in listening from and hearing from some of them informally, we knew that the path that we're on and the things that we're introducing, that we are definitely on the right path, because we don't have the complexities of some of these countries to be able to administer. But it just reaffirmed in our own minds that the interventions that we are making, not just to digitize, but to ensure that it is as easy as possible for people to pay the Revenue Authority. And that's why when we did the digital payments system and the banks upgraded, that again, I call on the business community, whether you're a vendor or the established business or whomever, and you heard the Prime Minister in relation to the budget this year about the credit for companies who will modernize their systems, digitize their systems, that they will get 100% credit in 1 year to encourage the business community, no matter your level of activity, the importance of digitization is going to be absolutely key to how your business is able to perform going forward. Because that digitization effort, especially if you're a small business, Madam Deputy Speaker, will unlock access to finance issues that have been persisting for small businesses for a long time, because the digitization of those records will mean that whether you go to your credit union, whether you go to the trust loan, whether you go to fund access or a bank, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the recording of those transactions that the financial institutions will be well aware as to what is your level of activity, your turnover, so to speak, and be able to assess, well, what terms can I lend you to help you then be able to further expand and to do more business? Because once the financial institutions are aware as to the level of activity you're undertaking, Madam Deputy Speaker, then adopting those interventions helps your business to grow, because you have the oxygen, so to speak, the financing to be able to do your expansion without having to utilize all of your own resources and take fully those risks. But the reality is that you have to make those decisions, Madam Deputy Speaker, so that not just from an administrative perspective as it relates to tax, but in relation to genuinely wanting to expand your business. And I know that the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Smart Technology through Export Barbados have worked really hard to be able to introduce the Food Science Center at Newton, Madam Deputy Speaker, which means that any business person, really, any business person can go there and utilize that facility and be able, if my memory serves me correctly, they should be able to produce 10,000 units of whatever it is you put program into the system. You bring the raw materials, and you get your labels and everything done within an hour. 10,000 units an hour, Madam Deputy, ready for export, ready for whatever you want to do it, without you then having to go and find the capital for the equipment to do these things. And therefore, the government has invested strategically in areas to help people, but people now have to help themselves by being able to digitize. And therefore, it is important that as I listened to those exchanges yesterday with those persons, that Barbados is definitely on the right path to being able to grow this economy. Definitely on the right path. The interventions that we're making with all of our reforms tells me very clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, that time really is money. Time really is money. The sooner you do these interventions, the sooner you have access to financing. It means then you're able to be in a better position to actually seize the opportunities that present themselves. So when we pass this legislation and we negotiate these additional double taxation treaties, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we go and say to the private sector, here, look, these are the areas of opportunity now that, not just from a tax perspective, but the opportunities now for you to be able to get a foot in to a particular space. We now must be prepared mentally, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to go and seal the deal. The government will help, but the private sector now must be able to go and seal the deal to make sure that the opportunities don't go a-begging, and the others who have Barbados in their sights. And I don't mean that in a negative way, Madam Deputy Speaker, because Barbados has long been seen as a beacon in the region, and people gauge their own performance against Barbados, and therefore people who we may perceive to have been behind us before, Madam Deputy Speaker, they are taking advantage of these opportunities to ensure that they can catch Barbados. And there's nothing wrong with catching Barbados, Mr. Speaker, but we got to make sure we keep running too. And therefore, Barbados and Barbadians now must make sure that as we do all of this reform, open up opportunities for us to be able to access markets using tax policy as the mechanism to get through, then it is important to realize that if you can do business, you got to make sure that you got yourself right. Because when people do the due diligence, Madam Deputy Speaker, they will want to know that they're doing business with reputable firms, reputable people, and therefore absolutely critical that we are able to do that. So the simplicity of these filing obligations, I'm not a tax practitioner at all, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we've tried to make sure that we have as simple a process as possible, but it means rigorously looking at your data and making sure that, because it is as simple as you have yourself organized. That's as simple as I could put it, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you have your data organized, you're on top of your business and you know what you're doing, it means that you can get real-time reports, daily reports, weekly reports, monthly reports, and therefore making it easy to be able to account for the tax that you want to be able to assign to Barbados and elsewhere, and therefore, but these are large companies already with significant systems, as well as supporting professionals to be able to so do. But I would like that same kind of support, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the smallest company in Barbados, for the smallest vendor in Barbados. But we must adopt a similar standard to be able to help us to be able to move to a different level. And therefore, this domestic minimum top-up tax that we're speaking about today, I believe, is a model that all businesses really should aspire to, because it would mean that if we can move as many businesses over that threshold because of strategic and smart investments, Madam Deputy Speaker, then not just what Barbados will do well, not just that Barbados will do well, but it would mean that we will be creating genuine intergenerational wealth, Madam Deputy Speaker, because for too long, we've had a number of black-owned businesses, to be quite blunt, Madam Deputy Speaker, that had the potential for growth, but lack of succession planning and the like, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a range of other things has meant that they've not been able to move from being good companies to large companies, and being able then to sustain and create that generational wealth. And I think this new type of system can create an opportunity. It's only an opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we must be aggressive enough to want to make it happen. And it means opening up and giving data that we too in government will provide additional intelligence back to the market, so that people can make those strategic decisions in relation to where they will go. Now, on the income tax side, Madam Deputy Speaker, you would recall that we are also reintroducing the mechanism for group relief for losses over $100 million. Those are part of the amendments here in relation to the research and development credit. That too is reintroduced in order for us to be able to ensure that we focus on those strategic areas that we have identified, in order to make sure that we are aligned with the national priorities. On the jobs credit, I just want to, for the record of the House, because the Prime Minister had indicated in her statement some levels, we've gone back and made some adjustments with respect to the jobs credit. So permit me just to read that specific section, Madam Deputy Speaker, just for the record of the Chamber. And that will be on page 23 of the income tax bill here, 65H, the job credit, and it says, with effect from income year 2024, a jobs credit may be claimed by an eligible company at the credit amount specified in subsection 2 that incurs eligible payroll expenditure after January 1st, after 1st January 2024, where that company engages the number of employees specified in subsection 2. And it says, pursuant to subsection 1, the number of employees and the jobs credit amount is set out as follows. A, for up to 50 employees, a credit equal to 25% of eligible payroll expenditure. B, 51 to 100 employees, a credit equal to 50% of eligible payroll expenditure. C, 101 to 150 employees, a credit equal to 75% of eligible expenditure. And D, more than 151 employees, a credit equal to 100% of eligible payroll expenditure. And clause 3, it says, an eligible company shall not be permitted to include in a claim for a jobs credit expenditure that was not incurred in the income year to which the eligible payroll expenditure relates. An eligible company shall not receive a jobs credit unless the company has paid national insurance contributions payable by the company for all periods before the 1st of January 2024. 2, amounts deducted or withheld from emoluments to employees in respect of their income. Or B, where the eligible payroll expenditure can reasonably be considered by the commissioner to be excessive and unreasonable in relation to the company's business. And so you would see, following there, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's some other technical things, but we've sought to ensure in every instance that as the member for St. Peter caused the ire of some of our business community in relation to his concession bill that he brought here a few weeks ago, that we are consistent, Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to how we administer the regulatory requirements for ensuring that your statutory obligations are satisfied. And therefore, it is important to reiterate that this government means business when it comes to labor. And therefore, it is important to be able to identify that. And so the reality of it is that you have to ensure that there is those statutory obligations are complied with, and that would be the case certainly in this instance. As it relates to research and development credit, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is page 26, 65I, with effect from income year 2024, a company may claim a research and development credit of 50% of eligible expenditure incurred after the 1st of January 2024 in relation to qualifying research and development activities. A company shall not be permitted to include in a claim for a research and development credit on the eligible expenditure on qualified research and development activities not incurred in the income year to which the expenditure relates. Company, this is 3, a company shall qualify for a research and development credit where the company is A, subject to corporation tax, and B, carrying out qualified research and development activities. And then it goes on with some more specifics there. Also, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have introduced the prepayments mechanism, which it really is an important element in relation to how government is also refining its tax administration. So usually you would have, as it relates to corporate tax, 3, maybe 4 times a year prepayments. We've shifted to monthly prepayments in order to ensure that there is a smoother collection mechanism for government. And this is important because, as you would know, Madam Deputy Speaker, having restarted the domestic capital markets officially in September of, after the grace period, September 2022, after the 4-year grace period for the debt restructuring, and grace period with respect to the payment of principal. We have restarted the domestic market, and that is coming back to a level that we are satisfied. But in the past, government has had to rely heavily on borrowing and those short-term borrowings in relation to treasury bills and the like in order to be able to finance government's operations. We determined that as we are doing this reform now, it makes sense for us to be able, rather than to wait till the end of the quarter to receive money, that we will allow entities to prepay. So you do your calculations, Madam Speaker, and you prepay. and then you do the reconciliation as appropriate at the appropriate time. But to prepay, allowing government to receive a smoother revenue path, and therefore it means that we don't have to rely so much on the borrowing to be able to finance the delivery of government's operations. So this is a significant adjustment to the way that we're administering the corporate tax system, and therefore will be new, and I'm sure that the appropriate guidance has gone out, not just to the persons who are in scope, but I know that from January of 2025, all persons who are within the domestic space at the tax rate of 9% will also be required to have prepayments in place, and therefore people should start preparing from now to ensure that they have the appropriate mechanism in place to be able to do that. But the Revenue Authority will continue to provide the guidance and support in relation to being able to deal with that. Those are some of the areas, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I will speak to, but there's one area that I also want to ensure is covered for the record of the House, and it relates to the introduction of what we refer to as the patent box. I'm trying to find... So the long and short of it, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that with all of these reforms, and I regret that we did not have the transfer pricing legislation to accompany this, but that will come at a later date. But we took the opportunity to be able to introduce a new mechanism for, particularly as it relates to R&D. As you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, please forgive me, we have been not just pushing the matter in relation to R&D, but given that the reforms that we're doing with the Corporate Affairs and Intellectual Property Office, that we felt it was important that we are able to open up a space using tax policy and regulations to be able to try to bring, given that the world has moved so aggressively to a content-driven space, that we can utilize this area of a patent box to be able to drive research and development in areas that we believe will be particularly important. And so I want to mention that specifically, especially in subsection, in the Income Tax Act, in the definitions on page 8, it speaks to qualifying intellectual property means the rights to an invention, patent, copyright software, additional protection rights for the invention. D, rights to the registration of an industrial design. Rights to the registration of integrated circuit topography. F, additional protection rights for a patent for a medicinal product or plant protection product. G, rights from the registration of medicinal or veterinary product. And H, rights from the registration of new plant varieties, and any other right fundamentally important to the patent that is both legally protected and subject to similar approval and registration process. Now, why is this important, Madam Deputy Speaker? As you know, Barbados has a long history, especially in agriculture, with the cane breeding station and those things. And therefore, notwithstanding that history, we need to make sure that we create a framework within which to be able to attract the development of local business, but also others to come to Barbados to do some of that research, to be able to open up a new space in relation to patents and innovation. And I know that at Newton, Export Barbados is building what is an innovation center, to be able to help flesh out some of these areas in order to ensure that we can attract that type of R&D and to focus very clearly on that. Within that space, there's a specific rate for those companies that will engage in those kinds of activities of 4.5% as part of how we can invite Barbadians to think very creatively, as well as collaborate with whomever across the world, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to not just be consumers of technology, but to help be the engineers and to propagate technology that allows us then to be able to, as I said, not just to be consumers, but to be the designers and the app developers, and effectively, Madam Deputy Speaker, really to earn the type of money that all the others are seemingly doing across the world. Now, as you know full well, there's the battle in the AI space is intense, and it's very intense, Madam Deputy Speaker. You're seeing bans of certain technologies in certain jurisdictions and all sorts of things. And I believe that we in Barbados, we have an opportunity that was, as they say, was the elephants fighting, the ants and everybody, cockroaches, and will get out of the way. But I believe there's a genuine opportunity for Barbadian designers, entrepreneurs, to work collaboratively with others globally to be able to create almost like a third party. And I know the honourable member for Christchurch South will know what that feels like. But seriously, there are opportunities within this space, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I genuinely believe that Barbadians working collaboratively with others can explore. And therefore, it is important that we understand what that would mean, and therefore we are creating the appropriate tax structure and operating structure. I know that there's some other reforms under Business Barbados coming along to be able to do that. And I say that because the qualifying expenditures essentially means expenditures incurred to fund the activities to develop, enhance, protect, maintain, and exploit qualifying intellectual property that are carried out by a company outsourced to any person in Barbados or outsourced to persons outside Barbados that is not a related party and does not include interest payments, building costs, acquisition costs, or any costs that could not be directly linked to a specific intellectual property asset. And I know that for the average person listening, sometimes, Madam Deputy Speaker, they will say, well, you know, the government ain't doing enough to help me achieve something. And oftentimes, because people do not necessarily always follow what we do here in the Parliament, it means that beyond what we do here today, it means we have to meet with the various, not just the stakeholders, as we've done, but to really prime people as to what the opportunities ahead are, working also collaboratively with the financial sector to be able to ensure that if we understand strategically where we're going in these types of areas, then the financing that could be unlocked in the financing to be able to fund these types of activities, and that the potential upside would mean that it is not everything that will be quote unquote successful, but the upside is significant if we're able to strategically align not just the financing with the talent, with the legislative framework, to be able to work collaboratively with others to be able to bring these types of things to fruition. Now, we've had a number of Barbadians who have done extremely well in relation to the scientific space, and we now need a different mechanism now where we are able to allow them to collaborate globally, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let us protect these inventions, but in protecting the inventions, it means that we must be aligned with who will get the inventions to the marketplace in order to ensure that our development rights are protected and that we can earn the appropriate amount of monies from it, because with the best will in the world, Madam Deputy Speaker, I could have the most brilliant idea, and I protect it and got it in my back pocket, but nobody know nothing about it, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if I don't work with you or anybody else to be able to get it to the market in order for it to be successful, then I really would not have achieved the overarching objective of being able to get this stuff to market. So the protection is important, but equally who you collaborate with to be able to ensure that not just your rights are protected, but as the product or service or whatever it is gets into the marketplace, that the right business minds and the ecosystem is in place from a tax reporting perspective, but also in terms of the financing and all of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we now have to make sure that those things are in place. And it is not going to be easy, Madam Deputy Speaker, because in these things, the market moves so quickly sometimes that you could be up today, down tomorrow, because something new, something more attractive comes along and captures the imagination of your target market. And therefore, you must be prepared to accept that when you strike iron, you got to strike it hot, Madam Deputy Speaker, and ensure that you capitalize on all of the investment in as quickly as you can. So that's an important addition to what was announced by the Prime Minister in November in relation to the inclusion of the patent box, in order to allow us to be able to drive innovation moving forward. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I did not intend to speak so long. I know my colleagues will applaud my brief presentation. but the reality is that we are on a path, I believe, of not just reform, but genuinely, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to unlock opportunities for Bajans. Having unlocked said opportunities, Mr. Speaker, it means that when you open the door, people must have the confidence to be able to go through the door, Mr. Speaker, and shake hands with whoever is on the other side of the door in order to make sure that said opportunity is seized, and for us then to be able to continue to work hard in the best interest of Barbados. And so it is important that we in government, we continue to communicate, we make it and when I say as simple as possible, Mr. Speaker, if you operate in a complex business, then when you're reporting on it, it can't be simple, but we will try to make the process as simple as possible, because you must appreciate that simple means different things to different people depending on where you are. But what we intend to do is to continue to work with the stakeholders. We will make adjustments as appropriate for all of the processes that we're undertaking. We will continue to monitor, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ensure that things are going the way that we would like. If they're not, we will make adjustments as appropriate to ensure that we do not create any administrative issues necessarily for entities. But at the end of the day, Barbados' reputation, Madam Deputy Speaker, in being able to utilize regulations for growth, I think is absolutely paramount. So we are not going to be confusing you just because we want to confuse you. We will confuse you because we want your business to grow. We want you to be able to go and take advantage of the opportunities that we are opening up. By making these amendments, there will be opportunities for other double taxation treaties and access to other places. And therefore, we can tell you, the door open here, it is time to go through, Madam Deputy Speaker. And therefore, that is what we want to be able to as we would say in Bajan parlance, that's what we can be confusing you about. Because for too long, I think we have not been as aggressive as we could be. We've had to take these last few years to make sure we right-size and do all the things that we needed to do to ensure that Barbados' reputation can be restored. We have done that, and therefore, as we continue to move forward with our exchange of information framework, with our reporting framework under FATF, the FATCA in relation to the UN, and the illicit flows and the like, Madam Deputy Speaker, our systems of collaboration amongst our regulators. We are confident that so long as that synergy continues and that the private sector continues to be able to work with government, then it will no longer be a conversation as to how much tax it will be, how much profits you're able to make, and therefore being able then to deliver a greater rate of return, not just for the companies, but a greater rate of return for ordinary Barbadians that we want to be able to invest in businesses as part of the transition to this period, the transformation, as I should say, the transformation, given our objectives under the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program, in order to allow us to be able to get out and meet our 60% debt to GDP ratio by 2035. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am happy to obviously support this bill, and with those few words, I am obliged to you. And I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Honourable Member of the Opposition, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Your Honor. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of the Honourable Member's speech this morning is that no one in this chamber listened to him except you and me.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member is clearly misleading the House. Because not only were members on this side listening, but took copious notes. And I've asked that the Honourable Member withdraw those words because it's obviously misleading the House.
Is that a point of order, ma'am? Is that really a point of order? I am saying that you and I listened, ma'am.
Honourable Member.
I listened and you
Point
listened.
of order again, Madam Deputy Speaker. He said no one listened except. And therefore the Honourable Member was misleading the House and continues to mislead the House. And I would ask that those words be struck from the record.
May I proceed, ma'am? That's not controversial.
The Honourable Member.
I'm insisting that you were listening, ma'am.
I was listening.
Thank you very much.
And I pray that everyone will listen to you
Yes.
too, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, and I know he tried to get the attention of the Honourable Member for St. Peter when he accused that Honourable Member of incurring the wrath of a significant section of Barbadian society when he came here with concessions legislation. I don't know if he managed to attract that member's attention, but then he made a strange admission. He said that in that regard, the government will continue and will continue consistently along that path. Now, I interpret him to be saying that he intends to do what the member for St. Peter did. He intends to continue to incur the wrath by legislation of significant sections of this Barbadian community. Now, he came here today with tax legislation, and he tried and succeeded in saying very, very little about the legislation itself. By his own admission, these technical pieces of legislation are boring and dry, so that his solution to his own dilemma was to give something of a mini-budget speech. And he spoke of all kinds of things, agriculture, and we welcome the member for St. Philip's South. Yes, he spoke of that portfolio. He spoke of all kinds of things, except we wanted to hear him speak more about the legislation. And having sat, and I discovered that his colleagues applauded his decision to sit. Having sat, the public still is not clear as to whether the legislation intends to increase taxation or reduce taxation. If he tells the public that it is technical It wouldn't attract interest. What the public is interested in knowing, is it going to result in an increase in taxation? Is it going to result in a reduction of taxation? And I think one is obliged to give that basic information. Now, we all know we occupy this place, and we all know that the lifeblood of government is taxation. A government does not exist unless it taxes. That is government's industry in a sense, to tax people, to provide socially to the country, to provide the social services, I beg your pardon, and in some cases involve itself in economic activity. I hope that when the member, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central has the opportunity to speak again, he will speak with some clarity as to what the legislation intends to do. Is it going to increase taxation? Will it reduce taxation? We appreciate the dissertation. We appreciate the long speech. He said he didn't expect to speak for over an hour. Spoke for almost 2, to be honest. And he will come back and clarify for the public what the legislation intends specifically to do. Now, as I said, that is the lifeblood of government, taxation. So which parliamentarian will complain about the fact of taxation? We all know that there are several speakers and former writers who spoke of the inevitability of taxes and death. This government seems invested in both, to be honest with you. This government is not overtaxing, but this government seems to be pursuing a path in which literal life in this country is now made more difficult by government's policies. But the Honourable Member made a statement, and I wrote it because I want to quote him. And he said, economic, and I wonder if the member for Christchurch West, he claimed to have been taking notes as well. I wonder if he has a similar note, except for being disturbed by the member for St. James Central. Indeed, you would recall, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the member for Christchurch East Central swung so far and wide, he started to talk about the power struggle. And ironically, at that point, the member for St. James Central walked in.
Met the power struggle in your party, I believe. But you can clarify for us.
Beg your pardon, ma'am?
He probably was referring to the power struggle in your party.
Yes, I think he was. I think he was, and it was
what
ironic.
Democracy is about. But
Yes,
continue,
yes,
sir.
I am sure he was referring to that
Continue,
with
sir.
some mischief.
Continue, sir.
But the mischief was dulled by the fact that the Honourable Member for St. James Central walked in precisely as he was speaking of power struggles, and proceeded in very animated conversation with even greater irony, the member for Christchurch West. And even above the tones of the member for Christchurch East Central, I could hear them. But I will keep your confidences. I heard the conversation.
Me too.
So when the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central is speaking of power struggles, please look to your left and please try to hear what is being discussed by those two goodly gentlemen. Even here. She's absent, don't worry. I want to quote him. Economic success has been linked with political stability. That's an interesting statement. And he went on, it even extends itself to the way we conduct ourselves as parliamentarians. I'm not aware that that's a bit of a stretch to use that phrase. I want to introduce the member who just spoke to the reality that economic success is not only dependent on political stability, but it is even more dependent on social stability. And quite conveniently, he excluded the question of social stability. And he would have excluded that, Madam Deputy Chair, because he does not wish to admit that we are now living in a country that is extremely unstable socially, and he would have avoided that conclusion conveniently. So that I seize the opportunity to tell the member, or to remind him, that this political stability which may reside in his very environment, the political instability, is not as hazardous as the social instability that encircles this country. And so if he wishes to defend economic success, he may have to ask something of the honourable member for the city. He may have to ask him how socially stable is this country as he traverses these streets now with his pockets filled with 1,200 job letters. I want to advise him, though. I want to advise the honourable member for Christchurch East Central that the time has probably come to exclude from political discourse this phraseology, the lost decade. I think the public is tired of it. And I think the public has tired of it because this government is on the cusp of 7 years in office. And if after 7 years in office, you are still making reference to something that you call the lost decade, 18 and 6 are 24. And I said that this government is on the cusp, C-U-S-P, the threshold, honourable member, of its 7th year in office. And the time has come, and I think you agree with me by your charming smile, Madam Deputy.
Do not let that smile confuse you,
Don't let
sir.
it confuse me.
Continue to please.
It is
be
all
saying.
the same, very charming.
Continue to please be
Yes.
saying. Sir.
But the time has come to eliminate that from your political discourse. The public is not impressed. If that phraseology finds its way into every political speech made in here and outside, the public will begin to believe that it is merely propagandistic, that it is empty, that it has no meaning, and that you have nothing else to say that the public will be interested in, such as were his colleagues in here this morning not interested. So he may wish to develop a new phraseology if he wants to make his speeches a little more interesting. They're lining up for me. And so, if they will persist with this lost decade folly, the public may well begin to ask if this is not the last decade, because it is beginning to feel like that. Very little is happening in this country economically. A lot is happening socially. And all that is happening socially, we don't like it. The public does not like it. This is an extremely unstable country socially. And if we want to turn to economics, I challenge the member who spoke this morning to give some figures as to the economic success that has visited this country. Except, and he made it a mini budget speech, so I'm going to respond in kind, except to remind him that economists, and I'm not an economist, continue to challenge the assertion that this economy has grown by 4%. And credible economists continue to hold the view that 4% is an inflationary figure, that it does not reflect real growth in terms of goods and services. It is a mere monetary measurement. Applied to goods and services, there has been no increase in goods and services. There has been inflation visited on those goods and services, the exchange of those goods and services. And therefore, you've had more money in the economy. Because of inflation, people are spending more. People are forced to spend more. And the government cleverly calculates inflation. Cleverly calculates inflation as economic growth. Two, I think, I didn't hear all that the Honourable Member for St. Michael South said, but maybe he is agreeing with me. Didn't hear him well. No, it is not. Well, I will explain it for him, as I did a few weeks ago. Since he called upon me, Your Honour, let me explain to the Honourable Member for St. Michael South. And it is a very simple explanation. Economics is not as difficult, certainly at the undergraduate level, as people think. We can't fly into the face of the member for Christchurch East Central. He is one of the, in fact, he is the lead economist in government. Is he? Yes, I think he is. In here, anyhow. Well, he's the only economist in here. I said what I said. And I will give a simple example which the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central will agree with. And I gave it a few weeks ago. And this is for the benefit of my good colleague from St. Michael South. If a hawker is selling, a vendor is selling chocolates in the schoolyard, I said it before and I'll say it again. And each chocolate costs $5. And 5 little boys come every day and buy the chocolates. $5 each. She gets $25. If the next day she tells them, well, these chocolates now cost $10 today, and the 5 boys agree and they come and buy the 5 chocolates for $10, $50. So you have moved from $25 to $50. You have exchanged a good, a commodity. Same 5 commodities, same 5 chocolates, except that the money, the amount of money within that schoolyard economy has moved from 25 to 50 because of inflation. And a clever economist such as he's not only clever, he's bright. I give Jack his jacket. He is clever, he's bright, except what we hold against him is the circumstances into which he is forced. Why are you laughing, man?
I thought, sir, that we would be entitled to laugh as a human being in a Barbadian.
Beg your pardon?
I thought I would have been entitled to smile.
Yes, and you do
Yes,
have
sir.
the most charming smile of all them in here.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yes. So that example, and the member to the right of St. Michael South will not disagree that reflects that growth is inflationary growth. The move from $25 to $50 is inflation. But there has been no increase in the exchange of a good, of a commodity. And that is what we contend is happening in Barbados. That there has been no real economic growth. There has been no increase in the exchange of goods and services. That the champion has been inflation. And that the government has taken advantage of inflation to try to mislead people in this country into believing that this economy has grown. Ma'am, the economy has not grown. Inflation is runaway, inflation is rampant, and it is time for the people in Barbados to be reminded of this. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central knows that this government is struggling to attract investment. That they have failed with foreign investment, miserable failure with foreign investment, and they have turned to local investment. And one of the admissions made in the minister's speech this morning, and I quote him again, I wrote this, although some of his colleagues refused to listen, I listened. And it was very interesting, by the way. And he said, the tax system must be used to unlock investment towards recovery. Interesting words. If his colleagues had listened, ma'am, they would have understood what that gentleman was trying to say. He's begging them to support him, not only by symbolic applause, but to help him to help this failing economy. And he said in here today, the tax system, that he is trying to use the tax system to unlock investment towards recovery. He's admitting, ma'am, that is his admission. That is his admission, ma'am. And I like his use of language, unlock investment. Deliberate language. He is saying to you, investment is under lock and key. That there's a reluctance in this country. There's such a loss of confidence in the prospects for a good economy that Barbadians are not unlocking their resources, their financial resources to invest. That is what the honourable member is admitting. And then, quite unwittingly, he goes on to say, towards recovery. So his language is admitting that this economy has not recovered. And I don't think any official in this government will want to tell the people of Barbados that there has been economic recovery. But as I said, quite unwittingly, I almost called his name, quite unwittingly, the member for Christchurch East Central admits that he, as the economics guru in this government, is looking forward to the recovery that is still distant. Beg your pardon, ma'am. Well, then he goes back to, in his speech, I listened to him every word. I didn't sleep. Quote him again. The country's reputation was downgraded 23 times and we could not borrow. That's what he said in here today. Wasn't the credit rate? He said the country's reputation was downgraded 23 times and we could not borrow. Now, this esteemed economist, and I don't say that facetiously, he is an esteemed economist. He's bright. I say to him what several people know, that gentleman who represents Christchurch East Central, he's a bright economist. Perhaps he's a better economist than a parliamentary representative, but nobody's perfect. He spends so much time with these things that perhaps he doesn't get to go up there as often as he should, but that's another matter. That's not a criticism. He said, because of the downgrades, we could not borrow. Now, I want to say, ma'am, that this government should not be heard to boast. This government should not be heard to boast in broad daylight about its ability nor its propensity to borrow. His colleagues,
The honourable member.
the honourable members' colleagues, beg your pardon, ma'am, the honourable members' colleagues in the distinguished profession of economics are encircling him and reminding him daily that this government is putting this country in trouble because of its propensity to borrow. And I will say what everyone in this country knows, that the borrowing is not committing itself to this country's development, that the borrowing is related to the obligation to repay loans, except that there has been a recent loan, and I suspect that will attract the attention of the Auditor General in the fullness of time. That recent $25 million US loan, I warned this government it is going to attract the attention of Barbados' Auditor General. I just give an example. Some workmen went up Roebuck Street recently to the sports facility owned by the police, repaired a couple bathrooms, and they claim that that work on the 2 bathrooms and the mold on the pitch cost $175,000. That's what they say. That is what this government, that is the report card, that is the accounting report card that this government has given on a job. A simple job of repairing a couple bathrooms at the police sports club complex at the top of Roebuck Street and remolding the cricket pitch. They know nothing about cricket, so they don't know what I'm talking about. But it cannot cost $175,000. It cannot. And that is an example of the wastage that this government is committing in relation to loans that loans that it is taking from agencies abroad. A time is coming when the government will have to justify those expenditures. Your Honor, please permit me, I won't spend as much time as the Honourable Member, but please permit me to, in reviewing and offering a critique and a response to the Honourable Member's speech, to go to well, he did not describe them as impediments, but I call them impediments. The impediments to growth and development. If I am wrong, he will correct me. But, you know, one is getting a little tired of hearing about this Ukraine. That every time a government official speaks, they're blaming the war in Ukraine for the fact that nothing is happening in Barbados. And it is becoming, look, it is shallow at this point. That you come in here today, ma'am, you sit in that chair, and the goodly representative from Christchurch East Central is trying to convince you that the war in Ukraine is in some way connected to the failure of this Barbadian economy. Apart from the other aspects of the discourse, I invite the government to change that discourse. It is not impressive. It is not impressive. And it is not impressive because there are other economies in the Caribbean that are growing. They don't credit the Ukraine war, nor do they blame the Ukraine war. But you see, these debating techniques are failing. They're failing this government, and they're failing within the public domain. Convince the people of this country that a group of soldiers fighting against each other in Eastern Europe are causing failures in this government. Convince them, convince the people of Barbados of that, and go to Turks and Caicos with a thriving economy and use the same argument. Go to Guyana. Well, everybody knows Guyana's is oil. And that is real growth. That is real growth. But these tired excuses, they're tired excuses for failure. And I know it would upset them when I say it as stridently as that, but the government is failing. If they're ashamed, so be it. I don't think it's anything to be ashamed of. When you set out on an expedition, you either fail or succeed. The government is failing, ma'am. I don't hold it against them. I don't hold it against them. There is only one of two possibilities. You either succeed or you fail. The government is failing. And the evidence of that failure resides in the poor excuses being made for that failure. War in Ukraine and now water levels in Panama. I heard the honourable member for Christchurch East Central come in here today and talk about water levels in Panama, have him in the state that his ministry is in. And then he goes on to say something that should attract his colleague to his left, not his immediate left. But he said, we cannot produce everything in Barbados. And I know the honourable member for St. Philip South believes that I'm hard on him. He believes that I'm being hard on him. But agriculture is declining every day. Every day agriculture is in a state of decline. And I don't say this to be attacking him. I say this because it is urgent. The need to revive agriculture in this country is urgent. I said somewhere else, I said elsewhere, I beg your pardon, that there are young people, there are literal fields of opportunity for young people to engage themselves in agriculture. And this government continues to ignore those young people. And I don't know why. And I don't know, and the people in Barbados don't know why a government would propose to take up good, arable land. And in spite of the failures, the very obvious failures in housing, that they would still try to commit more lands. And this time, agricultural lands to housing, and in the odd case, solar farms. And so, the member for Christchurch East Central, when he says we cannot produce everything in Barbados, he needs to look to his left at the member for St. Philip South and tell him, get busy. Get busy. Promised us 4,000 acres in cotton. This country is now dealing with 4 acres of cotton. Too much what? But the Deputy Speaker is hearing you and St. James, and the Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Sir, I'm hearing you.
You're hearing me?
You have the floor. I'm hearing you, sir. Don't be distracted.
I won't be distracted.
Don't be distracted.
I don't know why they behave so badly. Don't be disquieted. The people in Barbados.
Sir, don't be distracted.
I won't be distracted.
Just put forward
Please
your
quiet down,
options
ma'am.
that will be able to clarify, perhaps,
Yes.
or expand on what the honourable member
Yes.
in his presentation touched.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
And for the record,
I'm listening to you, sir.
for the record, the chief offender is the Honourable Member for St. Lucie. I want him on the record as the chief offender. You hear him? You hear him, ma'am? You get a chance. Nevertheless, the member for Christchurch East Central said we cannot produce everything in Barbados. Look, ma'am, the history of Barbados is that of a country that did the best per capita in terms of agriculture. There is no new discovery to be made in relation to this country's history of production in agriculture, except that under this present minister, it is going into dramatic decline. Not only plant agriculture, but animal production. And as I've said before, it tickles the member for Christchurch East whenever mention is made of black-bellied sheep. But that is part of the patrimony of Barbados, which this government has undertaken a project to rid this country of its black belly sheep, and is threatening to export even more. And they had to send the man to Guyana. They had to send the man to Guyana to find out what happened to the sheep that they sent to Guyana. No progress report. Guyana is 45 minutes or an hour away by aircraft. And this country cannot get a report on what happened to the black belly sheep that they snatched from the people and took down there. The black belly sheep is a part of the Barbadian landscape that is uniquely Barbadian, so that when they snatch the people's sheep and send them to Guyana, they did not know what they were doing. They did not understand that they were altering the cultural and the agricultural landscape of this country, and that a year later they cannot tell the people of Barbados what has happened to our, and I say our, Barbadian black belly sheep. And you know, they consider it funny. But you represent St. Thomas, ma'am. And it is quite likely that before you depart from us, unhappily depart from this place, that you will represent a parish that is void of black belly sheep. And I challenge you, well, you can't challenge a speaker, but I ask you, ma'am, when is the last time you saw a black belly sheep in St. Thomas? They snatch all.
Only this morning, sir.
Only this morning.
My son has some.
He
Yes,
saved
please.
his.
Right
Well,
opposite my house.
I don't imagine they would snatch his. There goes St. Lucy again.
Perhaps he's charmed by your visit here with your people a few days ago. He's happy to have known about your picnic there. So that's probably why. But you continue, sir.
Yes.
You're batting strong.
Just control it, man. Just control it.
You're batting strong.
Just control it for the people of Barbados. You see, they don't like to hear the truth. They slept through. Now, the honourable member for Christchurch East Central spoke very intelligently.
As usual.
Very intelligently. He spoke so intelligently, ma'am, that I took notes. I did not say he spoke validly. He spoke intelligently.
Just make sure you speak so
Yes.
that we can all capture
Yes.
all of the wonderful things that you wish and the proposals.
And they were out there carrying on in private conversation, especially West and St. James Central. I heard them. I'm not going to repeat what I heard, but I heard them. Nor will I report it. If indeed I agreed with a lot of what you were saying. I support you. I support you on it. It is time that you all do that. Huh?
Please allow the honourable member to continue.
The other member, the other member of the Duumvirate is not here. St. Lucy goes again. Let us get back to the debate, Your Honor. So that I reject these excuses being made by the honourable member for Christchurch East Central about the failures in the Barbadian economy. The Barbadian economy is failing because of one, mismanagement, bad policies, and I'm going to say this as kindly as I can, leakage, financial leakage from the economy. Now, whether it is happening by way of negligence or intention, Mr. Lee Trotman one day will tell us, but that is a fact. The people in Barbados are feeling rather uncomfortable that their monies are not being used in a way that will visit advantage to this country. There is leakage. I gave the example of the police sports complex where $175,000 has been expended to fix a couple bathrooms and to put some mold on a tired pitch. The financial accounting that's being given in this country is not satisfactory. And so I began by saying, who will challenge a government in its taxation? No politician will challenge a government in its taxation. What a government must do, though, a government must justify it. And you live in some countries, and as they say, you can see where your tax is going. In health, for example, you live in Canada, high tax jurisdiction, but they all tell you, you know, you can afford to get sick in Canada because you get the best of treatment. And Christchurch West, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, is most familiar with Canada as a very hospitable jurisdiction in which health is guaranteed from cradle to grave. So, when you tax, you must be able to give legal, political, and moral justification. We are on tax legislation this morning, ma'am. Where is the justification in health for the high taxation that is visited on Barbadians? The Queen Elizabeth Hospital is in chaos. And I can show the junior minister, the member for St. Mike, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North, photographs of an area close to the theaters where the roof, well, it doesn't look like a hospital. But this is a jurisdiction that is heavily taxed. And a lot of work needs to be done in our Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Where is the justification for the high taxes that are visited on Barbadians? Certainly not in evidence at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. So that's health. No evidence of the excessive taxation is present within the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. You go to infrastructure. This is the first time in the history of modern Barbados that I've heard Barbadians applauding the resurfacing of roads. It had become as bad as that. It had become as bad as that. Ma'am, would you save me? Would you ask the Honourable Member for St. James Central to resume his conversation with the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, which may bear him greater fruit than to heckle me? It may bear him greater fruit than heckling me. But Barbadians applauded the resurfacing of roads. And they applauded them not so much for the work that has been done, but they applauded because they were relieved about the work that had not been done for the last. Let me give the figure. Let me give the figure.
Honourable members, please allow the honourable member to make his contribution. Order, please.
No lapse. I am clinical and deliberate, and for the last 5 years, between 2019 and 2024, the roads degenerated to a point where people could not stand it. It was 5 years, not any decade. Roads became an issue around here really within the last 3 years. People really became annoyed. People who were buying new cars, I am going to raise my voice. I am going to raise my voice.
Order, please. Order, please.
I am going to raise my voice. Within the last 3 years, the discussion. Are you hearing me, ma'am?
Honourable member, I'm
Am I
listening to
shouting
you.
too much over their voices?
I'm listening to you, sir.
Would you like me to lower my decibels?
It is
and to say to you,
okay. I just want the honourable
and
members
this
to give you the
country that within
opportunity
Beg your
to
pardon,
make.
ma'am.
I just want them to give you the opportunity to make your contribution.
You know, I wish that you were in your previous life where you could flog them.
No, sir. You were wishing that I should be in my seat over there. Luckily, therefore, sir, you can continue.
But if you check the media, the various media, Nation, Barbados Today, and social media, it was within the last 3 years that people really got annoyed about the state of the roads. Because car sales have been doing reasonably well. Sales. No, I didn't say they grew. I said it has been doing well, reasonably well, as far as I'm aware. No. In fact, if you want to distract me, there's a well-known company whose car sales are down. I said they have been doing reasonably well. And people were buying new cars and reconditioned cars. And they were taking them on the roads, and they were becoming extremely frustrated. I am saying to you, ma'am, over the protestations of the Honourable Member for St. Lucie, over his protestations, that the debate, people became really angry. There was an anger over the last 3 years, and they know it. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast knows it. And that is why her ministry decided, look, this thing may well reach the point, of political revolt. And therefore, roads that they say that they were not fixing, because the Honourable Member for Christchurch West told me when I petitioned him 4 years ago about the South Coast Road. May I quote him?
Continue to speak,
May
sir.
I give a direct quote? Ralph boy, I could do a part of it for you, but I can't get past the junction at Rendezvous. We are friends, you know, and we speak like friends. We are political adversaries, but because of that, I came to you and I asked you to do the whole South Coast, and you say, Ralph boy, can't do everything one time, he says. But by some sudden jerk of generosity, financial planning and execution, he says, and he leaves out the word political.
Honourable Member, continue, please.
Yes.
Ignore the asides. You are an astute politician. Ignore this.
I take credit for waking them up. Well, of course, Your Honor, we are thankful for the roads. But the beneficiaries want to know, the beneficiaries hold it against them that they had the opportunity to do the roads and mischievously, maliciously refused to do them. But this man is shouting over me, man.
Ignore the asides, sir.
Honourable Member is shouting
Honourable
over
members.
me. I will say, you want him on his feet, ma'am?
All members,
You have
please
the
give
option
the Honourable Member the opportunity
Yes.
to express himself.
You have the option of ejecting him from here, you know, ma'am.
Not only them, sir, anyone.
You can set a
In this short
record.
privilege I have.
You can
But
set a
let us
record.
continue, sir.
Yes.
And give him a chance, Honourable Members.
Yes.
Give the Honourable Member a chance to
Establish a precedent and put out
to express his
one of the government
concerns.
members.
And to give his recommendations as well, please.
And so, Christchurch, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central told me that the road cannot get past the junction at Rendezvous by the Sol gas station. The Lord moves
In a mysterious way.
his wonders to
His
perform.
wonders way. You know the
You
Bible.
and our Sunday school people,
Thankfully, yes, sir.
Don't mind the others. And they have reached, I'm being parochial now, ma'am. They have reached Thornberry Hill. And I can say it again today, Honourable Member for St. Lucie, ma'am, control them. How you managing
Honourable
that?
Members, please give him the opportunity.
No, give you.
To
I
express
want them to give you
concerns.
I want them to give you the respect due to your office and to stop shouting.
Sir, I know that you have become accustomed to
You're
that
accustomed
kind
to
of
it, ma'am?
cock across the floor, or in my seat I perhaps would have joined too, but I have the privilege to be here to make sure that they hear you. And therefore, honorable members, let us continue to listen
And
to the honorable member in his presentation.
You know, when I say he isn't going to make any speech today, you know. He is not going to say.
Please
You're
allow
not
him.
going to say anything in
Please
here
allow
today.
him to.
All right, all right. All right, let me tell you what I have to say. So that I was at the point where I was saying, ma'am, that Barbadians are happy about the Southern Road Works, but they are suspicious as to why these roads could not have been done 3 years ago. Why have monies been freed up all of a sudden? Is it World Cup? Or 16 years ago? Or has somebody gone on the road to Damascus? Or 16 years ago? Another one shouted. You don't want me to talk about agriculture, you know.
Honorable member, please ignore the asides.
No.
You are a strong, powerful man. Please ignore the
I'm a
asides
what?
that you've grown accustomed. But let us please stick to the issue and to the matters related to the presentation this morning, sir.
Yes.
So
Control
that
them,
the
ma'am.
public
Control
can
them.
get better understanding if that
Yes.
is what you think you can do, sir, to be able to understand what
Yes.
this government's plan is all
Yes,
about.
chastise them. Growth of poultry?
Don't mind the aside, sir. Please continue
You're not
with the
importing chicken.
debate.
You're not importing chicken? All right. You better import the truth into
Sir,
this.
sir, please continue. We've written so much, having heard what the honorable member did in his presentation. Please let us stick to that.
Thank you
and
very
move
much,
on.
ma'am. And these men were sleeping, you know.
Those are honorable members too, sir.
But they were
Please
asleep.
give them their title.
They disrespected their colleague by sleeping during his speech. Well, he like he gonna sleep too. If I repeat myself, ma'am, forgive me. But I want to make this point, that the people in Barbados are happy for the roadworks, but they are suspicious as to why those roadworks could not have been done 3 years ago. Has it been incompetence? Has it been indifference? Or has somebody seen a blinding light on the road to Damascus and changed their approach in the spending of government monies? Ask Lee Trotman. Ask Mr. Lee Trotman, the Auditor General, who has been producing reports every year. And those reports have spoken with condemnation. I'm not scared, you know, ma'am. I'm not scared. They gone silent now. They gone silent when I speak of the Auditor General's reports that have spoken in condemnation of government's management of the people's monies. And therefore the public is now suspicious as to why roadworks can suddenly be done. They gone silent. And I want them to stay silent. Education, ma'am. Education. And I'm responding to the honorable member for Christchurch East Central. All right, honorable member for St. James Central. I'm not going to report what I overheard you in here saying this morning. I agree with every word you said. You should have been saying that a long time ago. All right. Every other week, a school in this country is closing. You know, we want to, the point, honorable members, the point, Madam Deputy Speaker, extending itself to the public and to the honorable members on the other side. The point I'm making is that taxation must be justified by spending and the quality and the quantity of that spending. And our school plant in Barbados, is experiencing difficulty every week. Every week, some school is closing. I could say it as bluntly as this: what are they doing with the taxpayers' money? What are they doing with the taxpayers' money? I'm going to raise my voice above yours so that your deliberate interruptions will not be heard. They have no merit. And ma'am, forgive me for shouting, but I am only trying to obscure the nonsense from the honourable member for St. James Central.
Please remain parliamentary, sir. Do not call the contribution nonsense. Let us move forward, though, sir.
Were you hearing him then, ma'am?
I make sure. I'm hearing you loud and clear, and I'm giving you that privilege to please
Yes.
continue with the
You
debate.
have the option to put him out, you know, ma'am.
Yes, sir. At this point in time,
I
you
would
can
love
put out
that.
anyone.
I would love that.
But that is not necessary because we all want to hear your contribution, sir.
No, I would love to see him being put out.
You asked for that. You asked for that. Our members, please allow him to continue his contribution, please.
We are all unanimously amused. Even the member for the city with his 1,200 application forms in his back pocket for jobs. So where are the taxes? Where I asked through you, ma'am, the honourable member for Christchurch East Central, whether this legislation, this amendment is intended to raise taxes or to reduce taxes. If it is intended to raise taxes, your government has to justify those taxes through credible expenditures. And I go back to what caused the convulsions that occurred within the last minute. I know this government is embarrassed on a yearly basis by what the Auditor General is telling the freedom-loving people of this country. I know the government is embarrassed by Mr. Lee Trotman's reports, and I'm sorry to call his name in here, but he's doing his job, and they don't like it that he's doing his job. You sure you want that? Oh, well, you're in foreign affairs, so you don't
Honourable
have to
member,
worry.
please avoid the distractions.
Yes.
We are all hearing you in the rest of Barbados and the world.
All I will inquire about
Please.
is his per diem.
Please stick to the resolution so that we can move
How
forward.
much you
sir.
get? How much you get? Now, ma'am, I am not swinging like blind elder. I am quoting the honourable member for Christchurch East Central who came here today and said that we are going to rely on the agriculture project from Suriname. Perhaps he never heard the substantive Minister of Agriculture say here a few weeks ago, that as far as he's concerned, the Suriname project has been suspended. That it is not on. That the lady who is resident there in whatever capacity, in fact, he said, I know nothing about her. But here is the honourable member for Christchurch East Central, invoking the Suriname project as part of some rescue. But the problem is they don't listen to each other. When one is speaking, the other one sleeps, as happened this morning. And when he was clearly asleep, not he, the honourable member for Christchurch East Central was clearly asleep when the honourable member for St. Philip South said in here a few weeks ago that project, that Suriname project, is moribund. It is dead. Doesn't exist. And he disavowed any knowledge of the resident emissary in Suriname. But you see, the efforts are uncoordinated because two ministers within the same cabinet don't know what is happening with each other, the right hand and the left hand. Between the two, ne'er shall they meet. They don't shake. So I say to you, ma'am, I submit to you, ma'am, through you, ma'am, to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, that he needs to consult the Minister of Agriculture, who has gone in a completely different direction to what he invoked in here this morning. There is no Suriname project which will boost agricultural production in this country. And if he were listening to his colleague a few weeks ago, he would not have said that in here this morning. Ma'am, I come here and I take notes. I come here and I take notes. I don't come here to heckle nobody. I come here and I take notes. And the notes I took this morning, very good notes, related to a Minister of Finance. I would not describe him as having misled the chamber. I would describe his speech in part as having been misleading as to the truth of what is taking place in this economy. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I end by saying to this Parliament and to this country that no opposition, no voice in a Parliament as a branch of government will ever be heard to resist the fact of taxation. We wouldn't be heard to resist it. But, as I've said, the Honourable Member has the opportunity to return to his feet and to say to the public of Barbados whether today's amendment constitutes an increase or a decrease in taxation. Simple, simple. Tell the public. Now, a part of his speech that I really was attracted to was when the Honourable Member said that some corporations that operate here may be taxed in their country of domicile. And that is interesting. You see, you don't criticize everything. And I want to commend him because it is a means, perhaps, of gathering unto this country some foreign exchange. And if that is the purpose, if that is the intention, I commend the Honourable Minister of Finance. I wouldn't use the word clever because clever sometimes connotes in ways that one would not wish to, but it is intelligent thinking. It really is intelligent thinking that you broaden your opportunity for foreign exchange. If a country in its domicile is paying taxes into that country, into a bank account, presumably owned by the Barbados government, very intelligent thinking. And so if there's one part of the speech, if there's one part of a 100-part speech, beg your pardon? Where was I?
Honourable Member, don't be distracted. Honourable Member, don't be distracted.
Ma'am, can you take these people off me?
Please do not mind. Honourable Members, please give him the chance to explain.
I was over there. I was over there. No, I was over there.
Sir, so will you continue, please?
And the good Lord that you and I love so much spoke to me. The good Lord spoke to me, ma'am. And I know you're a Christian too. You know, ma'am.
Continue, sir.
These people were asleep, you know. These people were asleep. Who woke them, ma'am?
Could we please continue, sir, the discussion?
I was over there trying to decide between loyalty, blind loyalty, and objective criticism. And I freed myself of that dilemma.
And I know the situation there is.
Oh, you're curious too, man?
Yeah, yes, sir.
But you know I'm here.
But the blind loyalty is gone.
There's no loyalty anymore.
All right, let us please continue. with
I
the-
speak
with
freely.
Yes.
I speak as the voice for the rest of Barbados that is being oppressed by this government. Boy, look at your backyard here. Things are happening out there.
Please let us continue.
Please
with the debate.
position yourself, Mr.
Honourable members,
Honourable
please give the
Member.
honourable member for Christ Church of the opportunity to conclude.
Things could happen, my friend. Things could, ma'am. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central opened up this topic. He is the one that talked about people wanting to be leaders. So if he opened it up, they have to deal with it. And I am entitled to respond to it. And I look down that front bench. I look down that front bench. But as I said in the estimates, the other member of the duumvirate is absent. And it doesn't cause happiness. A duumvirate honourable member for St. James Central, the duumvirate of power. No, not triumvirate. There are only two. There are two powerful people in that government. One is the Prime Minister, and the other one is in the other place. And I know, look, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central holds his head in his hands. Yes, Christchurch West holds his head in his hands at the discovery that the duumvirate of power only has one member in this. And Southeast, head down as well. What great distress.
Who asked for that?
I am on a theme, Your Honor, I am on a theme explored by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Could we please stick to debate, honourable members? Allow the honourable member
Put them out, ma'am.
and
Put
leader
them
of the
out.
opposition to please conclude
Because-
his remarks as he indicated earlier. He will soon wrap up.
Thank you, I'm wrapping up. They open up something and now can't deal with it. They have to deal with it. I'm going to unmask them. And I'm going to unearth ambitions, and those ambitions are legitimate. Those ambitions are legitimate. Why should not the Honourable Member for St. James Central unearth his own ambitions? You have none? Come on. This is legendary, Honourable Member. Man, you hope to, you have hopes. Well, it is the emperor's clothing that we will sew. Naked as you are, we're gonna, you still can take some measurements. You still can take some measurements. So that duumvirate of power. And when the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central talks about political stability, this point relates itself to political stability. Because you have a government that is not as united. This may distress you as an not old, but as a senior loyalist within the party. But you sit today as Deputy Speaker. You sit in a position where you cannot engage yourself in these matters.
Luckily.
Indeed. But I want to say to the Honourable Member, through you, ma'am, to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, that when he speaks of political instability, it is on his doorstep. It is on his doorstep. And I can count the ambitions. I can count the ambitions. I can quantify the instability, the political instability that afflicts this government. You think they sit quietly. You think they sit quietly and accept autocratic leadership? That is not the nature of intelligent men unless they wish to tell you.
Honourable members, please. Please give the honourable member the
them.
opportunity to conclude.
I got them. I got them. As we say in Barbados, I got the makeup. I got them. I got them. The honourable member for St. Michael Southeast has not read a note on that phone. The honourable member has not read a note on that phone. Be careful here. Be careful. Well, I can't even say that of you. But if you were more senior, I would say, we are two lions littered in one day. I, the elder, and more terrible.
Honourable member, there was such substantive debate earlier this morning. Could we please continue?
Yes, and I was wrapping up, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I was wrapping up. You hear it again, ma'am. The honourable member for St. Lucie says, I ain't say anything yet. Theatrics? All right.
Honourable member, please allow him to conclude.
All right. I am responding to the point, I have to repeat it. I'm responding to the point that the honourable member for Christchurch East Central made about political stability being married to economic success. And I want to say to him, in the hearing of the people of Barbados, that the government is not a politically stable government. That there are ambitions alive and well within the government of this country. That there are ambitions alive and well that constitute a threat to autocracy. So don't think that y'all have some that they don't let them think, ma'am, that they have some monopoly on these issues of instability. And I can take it. I can take it. Precisely. So the honourable member for St. James Central has now publicly agreed that there ought to be a threat to autocracy and that he will join in that threat to the autocracy that is weighted on his ambitions. You can't find the autocrat. You can't find...
Honourable members, will you please allow the honourable member to conclude?
I have them.
Order, please.
I have them in a full Nelson. I have unmasked them. They are ambitious. Those honourable men and women are ambitious, ma'am. You know, it is quite likely that the only one out there who does not have these ambitions, they wait now with bated breath. They wait with bated breath to find out what is the public knowledge as to their ambitions.
Sir, will you please let us stick to the discussion?
I would not.
That could be discussed downstairs at lunch.
I
Could
would
you please
not add.
continue so we can.
I would no longer
conclude the
add to
business
their
of the-
discomfiture. They're uncomfortable, they're worried, they feel that I have betrayed them. I apologize to all of them for
Not that they
betraying.
feel.
Beg your pardon, ma'am?
Not that they feel. My understanding is that they know. But we are not dealing with that. We're not dealing with that. Could you, sir?
I apologize for having betrayed their confidences. I apologize for having disclosed to the public how ambitious they are. But I congratulate them for keeping those ambitions alive. Alive. You're on the front bench. Why come out here with me? Stay and do the business. Stay and do the business. Y'all afraid? Y'all afraid? Don't be afraid. This is the political stability of which the honourable member for Christchurch East Central spoke about. Who told him to open up that? Who told him to open it up? Who told him to try to convince the public of this country that this is some united and cohesive government? It is not united nor is it cohesive, and the honourable member for St. James Central can take it no longer, and he leaves the chamber. He leaves the chamber.
Honourable member, could we please get back to resolution 7 and 8? Please.
Time wasting? I know what is your role too, you know. I know what is your role.
Please do not
I am
get
keeping
personal.
your confidences.
Honourable member, honourable leader of the opposition,
I am
please.
keeping your confidences. Let us get back to the substantive debate, man.
Yes, sir.
That I will close where I began by speaking as to Benjamin Franklin's statement as to the inevitability of death and taxes, and to say that no credible parliamentarian will deny a government the right to impose taxes, except that the government seems to be on a trajectory that will result in the death of the freedoms of the people of this country, that will result in the death of prosperity in this country. This is no longer a prosperous country. This is a country that is struggling. And so obvious is that struggle that in a speech lasting some 2 hours, the Honourable Minister of Finance was unable to tell his audience whether this taxation would result in more taxes for the government or less taxes for the government. He doesn't give details these days. He makes political speeches. And if this speech lasted 2 hours this morning, 1 hour and 45 minutes of that speech was political content. And in 15 minutes, he went to the legislation itself. Except that I asked him, beg your pardon, asked the honourable member today through you, ma'am, to give this country the particulars. To say what is the purpose of the amendment, to say whether it will net more for the government, to say whether it will reduce taxation, to say whether it will increase taxation, and to say what is its overall benefit to the economy. It is those details that are missing, ma'am. We want those details. The people of this country want those details. So that it is not for me to deny the government that right, except that it is also for me to ask the government, through the honourable member who spoke, to give the details as to this legislation and its larger purpose. So, those are the comments that I make in relation to the amendment, and I await the clarification from the honourable member. I think he will have a second chance to add if he wishes to answer the questions that we have raised. I'm obliged to you, ma'am.
Honourable member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I was putting together my thoughts about the speech that I was going to give this morning, well now, this afternoon, I was going to entitle it Probity. Probity. Probity is making decisions with integrity, honesty, and fairness while observing due process. And little did I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that as I was formulating that speech themed about probity in my mind, that the prayers this morning, and it rang so true to me, I had to go to probity. Because the prayers this morning, as we heard in our prayers, our resident chaplain spoke about us as a government having integrity, wisdom, and compassion. And it only fortified in my mind, how important it is to talk about probity. So then as I developed the idea of how important it is to do the right thing at the right time for the right reason. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central is clearly doing the right thing. I fully and completely support all of the matters put before this Honourable House. And the reason I fully support it is because it is only codifying what the Minister of Finance gave in a ministerial statement in November. And the Honourable Member, clearly by his own admission, did not know where he was, because he asked in his statement, where was he? Where was he? And because he doesn't know what the taxes would be, he doesn't know anything about the taxes, and I'm going to read it because it was in the ministerial statement given by the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance. And apparently at page 8 is available on the Parliament website. With that, Mr. Speaker, I therefore propose the following measures from income year 2024 with effect January 1, 2024. The Income Tax Act, Cap 73 of the laws of Barbados will be amended to include the following provisions. There shall be a new corporation tax of 9% subject to the following regimes. A company whose gross income is currently below $2 million and which is registered as a small business under the Small Business Development Act shall be subject to corporation tax rate of 5.5%. The corporation tax rate that is currently applicable to the insurance business sector of 0% for Class 1 businesses and 2% for Class 2 businesses shall remain. The international shipping business will remain taxed under the current tax regime established in 2019, noting that the international shipping industry is out of scope for the GLOBE rules, and government industry therefore needs to remain competitive, as Barbados' industry therefore needs to remain competitive, as in many countries it will be the same. For income year 2024, with effect from January 1, with respect to an in-scope multinational enterprise whose ultimate parent entity is in any jurisdiction which has not implemented an income inclusion rule and the undertax profiles profit, or whose constituent entities are not subject to an income inclusion rule or an undertax profits rule, the current tax regime established in 2019 shall be maintained and applied accordingly for such entities, and so on. And it goes on and on and on, and establishes what we are now codifying. And that's essentially what we're doing. So everything that the Honourable Member suggested was not said, was said in the statement by the Minister of Finance in November when he was supposed to be in his chair. I don't know where he was. He doesn't know where he was. Nobody knows where he was. Maybe Ronnie knows where he was. But I go further. Whoever Ronnie is, you go and make up. You go and make up. Not that you got people make up. You need to go and make up. Whoever Ronnie is. And then I go further, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Member suggested in the first part of his speech that Barbados was not experiencing any growth. That all the growth, it was a failing economy, that the Central Bank of Barbados could not be believed, that the 4.1% growth that we are seeing was not true, because it was inflation. Now, I wanted to get up on a point of order, but say, you know what? I'm going to let the Honourable Member speak and say what he has to say, and then come and say my piece. Let us not talk about the numbers. Let us talk about the real experience of people in Barbados. The Honourable Member himself said car sales are doing reasonably well, but that is growth. Car sales cannot be doing reasonably well unless it's growth. The Honourable Member first says no growth, and then comes back in his same speech and says car sales doing well. Well, where do people get the money to buy the cars from?
On a point of order, man. If I say car sales are doing well, I did not say they're increasing. It could mean that they're stable. They haven't necessarily dropped. But I don't know. I did not say it increased. I did not say it increased. So please correct yourself, Honourable Member.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me give you the real life experience to prove that the economy is doing well. If you're trying to build a house and want to get a contractor these days, the contractor or the people to work on the house will say, yes, we want to come and build that house for you. But I have these other 4 jobs going on, and I'm having difficulty finding construction workers. You know why? Because the economy is growing and doing well. If you go, Madam Deputy Speaker, to try to get a reservation in a restaurant and to tell you, yes, we have an opening 3 weeks from now, and you can't get one for 3 weeks. You know why? Because the economy is doing well and Barbados is growing. If you try to get from one part of Barbados to the other at a certain time of the day and hit a traffic jam because of the number of delivery vehicles, the number of construction vehicles, the number of people going about doing business and working with unemployment at the second lowest ever, because the economy is doing well. This is a real life experience. Barbadians are, as much as the Honourable Member talks about this number is related to inflation, Barbadians know better. You know why? Because they're seeing the benefits in their pocket. That's where they're seeing it. And if it's to take it to its logical conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, his administration, when they were in office over the last decade, his administration could not get more than 1% growth. And if you were to take in inflation, and according to him, you must deduct inflation, but then they had recession for 10 years. They had recession for 10 years then. So to take it to logical conclusion, we are doing 4 times better than his administration could do. 4 times better. And in many years of that 10 years, they had no growth at all. So if you add the inflation, it was recession. So how could the Honourable Member with good conscience, and by the way, the Honourable Member to come and apologize for betrayal? I guess that is in keeping with the concept of probity and integrity.
How may I help you, sir?
What did he just say?
What is your
Let him,
intention? Is it point of order?
I think he will confess to having misled
Is it a
you.
point of order, sir?
No, I will say, because I'm sure he will confess.
Call for hands, sir.
I said
You apologize for your betrayal.
that I apologize for betraying their confidences to me.
But that's betrayal.
I apologize. They sat there together this morning and I overheard some of what they were saying.
Honourable members.
And I told you, ma'am, that I overheard the content of what they were saying. And I wanted to apologize to them for disclosing the content of their conversation.
Continue, Honourable
I did not want the entire world to know what they were talking about. It was dangerous.
And I
said I agree with the two of you. I would do it too. Don't get frightened for.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
You got more power than her.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Honourable Member said, he apologized for his betrayal.
Huh?
He Madam Deputy Speaker, you know there's a great power that we hardly use in here. We call for Hansard. And you can read back what the Honourable Member said. The Honourable Member apologized for his betrayal. That's what the Honourable Member said.
Agreed as to what I said.
Honourable Member is on his seat, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't know what he's on his feet for. Anyway, he also went on to talk about road repairs on Highway 7. Well, let me be clear. There are various types of road repairs. A road repair can be a total reconstruction, or a road repair can be a mill and pave. What was being done from Rendezvous to the Arch is a total reconstruction of a road. What does that mean? That means rather than having natural gas on one side of the road, natural gas will be put on both sides of the road. Rather than having water mains on one side of the road, water mains will be put in on both sides of the road. Rather than having internet cable in a PVC pipe, it will be put in concrete. Rather than having the tributaries that come from the sewage system and unarmored sleeves, it will be put in armored sleeves. This is a total reconstruction of a road. That is what was being planned for Highway 7. The other part of the road...
On a point of clarification, so the public needs now to know, based on what the Honourable Member for Christchurch West has said. So is he saying to the public that what has been done will be dug up? If that is logically where we are going, I think the public is entitled to know.
Honourable Member, that's not
It
a point of
seems to me that the
clarification.
Honourable Member is saying that this is a temporary expedient,
Madam
that it will
Speaker, I
be
do
dug
not
up.
agree. I do
That
not
it will be
agree to
dug
the
up.
point of elucidation. Remember, let him take his seat. I do not agree.
That it will be dug up.
According to the rules of this House, I must agree that Honourable Member given an
Honourable
opportunity to speak on
Yes.
elucidation. He cannot speak on elucidation while I'm on my feet, and I disagree and do not give him that permission.
Understood.
Good. Now let me go forward.
No, I was.
Members
Remember,
need to know the
you
rules.
have to,
He called it-
Members
Sir.
need to know the rules in this honourable
Honourable
chamber.
Member. Knowing rules.
Please, if you want to interject or intervene, it is for you to indicate if it's a point of order.
And he corrected
And
the
then
procedure.
unless I acknowledge.
Yes.
At this point in time, you were saying it is a point of elucidation. Is that what
Yes.
you were saying?
Yes.
But if it is not allowed, you can't do it. You're a legal mind. I'm not.
Well, when you sit there, you become a legal mind too, man.
But would you give the honourable minister the opportunity, the honourable
Yes.
member to continue, or I'll be guided by Mr. Clerk, the honourable clerk to.
He has. You can't let me sit down. You're a backbencher today. You have to tell. Or don't disturb the chair.
Thank you, understood.
Thank you, ma'am. The honourable member has to tell you and tell the people of this country if he is now admitting that these roadworks are temporary expedient.
The honourable member,
that they will
beg
be
your
dug
pardon,
up.
honourable member for
It will be
Christchurch-
dug up.
Honourable member for Christchurch South, honourable
Yes, ma'am.
member, the
Yes,
leader of the
ma'am.
opposition. I am understanding
Yes, ma'am.
exactly what was expected. The honourable member for Christchurch West, you were indicating you want to get up and speak on a point of matter of elucidation. The honourable member will then have to give way to you. If he doesn't, then I cannot compel him. If it's a point of order, then I can make the ruling as far as I'm understanding it in my
That's
new
right.
situation here temporarily. So the honourable member for Christchurch West, have you given way? He has
Categorically
He
have
has
not
not.
given
So
way
this
to
is
hear
a
any
point of
rubbish
order.
from the member for Christchurch
So will you
South.
kindly take
And
your
I will
seat?
not be given away
Kindly take
on
your
no
seat,
point
sir.
of elucidation.
He's afraid of me.
Because the honourable member
Honourable
could not
member for
elucidate on
Christchurch.
anything that
He's
he
afraid
said
of me.
Honourable
previously.
member for Christchurch South, will you please take your seat?
Yes, he's afraid of me.
You have one and you probably will get a chance again. Honourable member for Christchurch South, please.
Right. So as I
Christchurch
was
West, I beg your pardon.
saying,
Christchurch West.
Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are different ways that roads can be rehabilitated. You can do a complete construction of a road, as I just said, or you can do mill and pave. As money became available, the government made a decision to do mill and pave, where mill and pave was appropriate, where there was no plans to do full reconstruction. In other areas where there are lots of developments taking place, rather than to have to do cross cuts, what we call cross cuts to the road, then the decision was taken to do water on both sides, natural gas on both sides, and improve the road, because Highway 7, whether we like it or not, is the second most popular road in Barbados. And it's because of the number of commercial businesses there, the number of people that traverse it to get to and from. So clearly, the honourable member, and I want to make it very, very clear.
Honourable member for Christchurch West,
Yes.
am I and the public to understand through your explanation that there's no need then, if you're putting it on both sides of the road, that you do not have to dig up across the road to be able to inhibit traffic from
Correct.
flowing as often as it should, and so on and so forth.
That is
Are we
correct.
well?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay, I
Once
think
it's
the
on
honourable
both
member
sides of the road.
understands that now.
I would hope so.
I think the honourable member understands.
But You know, in his
On a point
current
of order, ma'am.
incarnation,
On a point of order,
What
ma'am.
is your point of order, sir? What is your point of order, sir? Is the honourable member misleading? What is
Yes,
your point of
that
order?
is it.
Well,
That
will
is
you,
it.
Will
That
you
is
please
it.
explain, sir?
Let the
I'll give you
honourable
the
member
privilege.
tell the chair, tell the speaker's chair, tell you, ma'am, whether he has to dig the roads up or whether the repairs can take place substantially with the roads intact as they are now. I am saying that based on what I was told, based on information I received from the government, that the roads will have to be dug up, that it is such substantial work that the road will have to be closed. Let the honourable member admit that to this chamber. The roads will have to be dug up and closed so that this work that is going on now is a temporary expedient being done for World Cup. And after World Cup or whenever, or when the rains wash it
Honourable member,
off,
I'm
the
not
roads will
allowed to
have to
make
be dug
another
up.
speech. You have put forward your query. The honourable member will
The
continue.
roads will have to be dug up.
yeah,
Explain.
thank you very much. What the honourable member is saying is could not be further from the truth. Could not be further from the truth. There are sections that were designed for full reconstruction, and there are other sections that are just for mill and pave. And the mill and pave parts are going through, and I'm happy to join with the member for St. Michael Southeast and say that she's doing a fantastic job getting a lot of the mill and pave road done, that mill and pave work done on the roads that languished under the previous administration for a decade. And it put us in such a bad situation that we now have to be spending millions and millions of dollars, 10 times more than we should have been spending if they were keeping with the maintenance schedule that they should have been keeping to from then. But I'm going to go further. Madam, you know, sometimes people get very concerned when they see others doing well. Sometimes people get very, very concerned when they see others doing well. And you know what they tend, I often say jealousy is one of the greatest motivators of the world. People kill over it. Jealousy. And this government, I'm not saying that we are perfect. I'm not saying that you don't make mistakes from time to time. We're human, everybody does. But you know what? We're doing well. The country is growing. People have confidence in this country. People have confidence in our leader. People have confidence in this administration. And people have confidence that we are doing the best we can for them. And you know why that is? You know why that is? Because they can open their eyes and see. The honourable member says straight that you can see the roads. So the honourable member and his administration is jealous that they couldn't get any roads done, but we getting roads done. The honourable member and his administration is jealous that they can get hotels built, but we getting hotels built. The honourable member and his administration is jealous that we have unity and we are able to move together as one party, and there is no unity over there. None at all. The honourable, when last was a no confidence motion labeled anywhere in this party, anywhere in this administration, and on anybody? When, I can cancel my Netflix subscription because I get more comedy in here listening to the honourable member. That's the truth. I get more comedy in here listening to the honourable member. Madam.
Point of order, ma'am.
What is your point of order, sir?
It's the honourable member misleading the chamber into believing that he built Sam Lords, now called Wyndham, and I'm not going to add Hyatt that 6 years later he can't get built. But let the honourable member tell this country whether the Sam Lords project was his project. He's misleading the chamber. Misleading the chamber.
Honourable member for
Misleading the chamber.
Southwest West.
Can't get Hyatt built and boasting about Sam Lords that somebody else started.
Madam, I think I dealt with the Sam Lord's matter quite appropriately in the budget debate. I don't have to go back. I don't have to go back to the Sam Lord's matter. I'm gonna just say a few other points. A few other points. Governments have what I call frills.
Beg your pardon, ma'am.
Governments can facilitate, regulate, innovate, and legislate. In this particular instance, we are using regulation in order to drive growth. We are using regulation in order to drive growth. What does that mean? That means setting a tax rate that is lower than other companies would have to pay in the place where they make those profits, but pay their taxes in Barbados, means that the tax burden that local Barbadians then have to carry is less. It is no secret, Madam Deputy Speaker, that 72% of all of the corporate tax that is taken in this country is actually profits made in a country other than Barbados. So that means that only 28% of the tax burden for corporation tax is from Barbados. And what does that do for the average person? That means that that money that is taken in from corporate tax is used to improve education, to pay nurses in healthcare, to pay the doctors, to improve education, healthcare, sporting facilities.
Point of order, ma'am. Point of order. I don't know how the Honourable Minister can talk about paying nurses when there are nurses in this country today complaining that they haven't been paid for months. I'd be ashamed to say that.
Honourable Vice Church West.
Here where they come from. I can name the government departments where the nurses haven't been paid for a long time.
Honourable Member, you made your query.
So don't come and give the public the impression that you paying nurses, and the nurses out there crying because you won't pay them.
Honourable for Vice Church West.
Clearly no point of order. Now, let me clearly say, the nurses of Barbados, the teachers of Barbados, the police.
Point of order again.
Barbados,
there are some teachers
paid.
who haven't been paid either.
Honourable Member for Vice Church West.
Let me go on. As I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, governments can facilitate, regulate, innovate, or legislate. And this is an opportunity for us to use regulation to facilitate growth. That means we must go there and encourage more companies, more businesses to continue on that growth trajectory so that Barbados as an economy and our people will benefit. I often say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a rising tide raises all ships. Give everybody a chance. Give all Barbadians to be the best they can be so that we can all benefit from the opportunities that this small but innovative and vibrant country has to offer. And that's what we strive to do every single day, to make Barbados better and to stop poor people from being poor. And that's exactly what we try to do on this side and this administration. Not on the other side. Not on the other side. Not on the other side that trying to keep people poor. We don't believe in mendicancy on this side. We believe that everybody must reach their greatest potential and be their God-given right to benefit from the prosperity of this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member continues to try to suggest that this country is not doing well. He tries to suggest that the economy is failing. But everybody knows that is not true. And the sad thing about it is, he comes and suggests it with a bold face. Everybody knows, including him, but when he was on this side, he was here talking about how it was growing too.
I have never, point of order, ma'am. I have never made a speech on that side when I spoke of economic growth. The one speech I made where I congratulated the government, and I say this with a very straight face, is when the government sent the people back to university. And I still congratulate the government for that, because you know how I feel about education. But let him proceed, ma'am.
And we couldn't do it without growth. We couldn't do it without the money that was generated by having these things able
Point of
and
order,
available.
ma'am. Point of order. The government did it immediately upon assuming office. So if it came from growth, it was the last government's growth. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam, first, the young member must say how I misled the House.
Point of order. It was an initiative taken as
Please.
soon as the government came into office.
Church South, please. We cannot allow for this kind of activity and this kind of interruption. You had your hour and a half, sir, without that measure of interruption. Please allow the honourable member to have his half hour
Madam,
to be able to make his presentation.
And I know the hour is getting there. Madam Deputy Speaker, we could do it because we knew
how long
the
does the member have,
trajectory.
ma'am? You ain't gonna pass your half hour.
Honourable member, you are not the deputy speaker there today, sir. He has been interrupted so many times. He has to bring his speech to conclusion. And that is how we respect each other in here, mutual respect. Honourable member for Christchurch West, will you please continue?
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me just say two last words. A few last words. Business people make decisions on certainty. And this administration has created an atmosphere of certainty. Certainty of growth, certainty of taxes, certainty of opportunity. And that's where business people make their decisions. They make their decisions on certainty. And business people have shown their confidence in this administration by looking to start businesses, to build facilities, to build opportunities so that all of us could benefit. And that's what is happening in this country. And as business people make decisions on certainty, this administration was certain that we would improve this economy and get growth. That is why we could pay for the university education that the honourable member supported, because we knew that growth would be coming, because we knew of the certainty and the process that we were following. And we were not wrong. We were proven to be absolutely correct. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this administration has got 4 times the amount of growth as his administration has gotten. This administration continues to do the business of the people with probity, with sincerity, and with a laser-like focus. And we will not be distracted by any noises on the other side with a man that will soon be a one-party man. With those few words, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, Christchurch.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have come to my feet just to bring some Let me just continue, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is unfortunate that the debate has taken this path, because this government believes in taking these matters extremely seriously, and this is not anything to be trifled with. And to the extent that the honourable member for Christchurch South has made what could loosely be called a contribution to this debate, it is important that we send a very clear signal, as the honourable member for Christchurch West indicated, to all and sundry in relation to where Barbados stands. Now, the honourable leader of the opposition, I'll be very brief, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable leader of the opposition asked some questions in relation to government's capital works programs and the timing of all of these things. And I just say to the public through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, in response to his very direct questions, is that 3 years ago, this time 3 years ago, almost exactly, Barbados was still recovering very clearly from the ashfall from the volcano in St. Vincent. And we had engaged a number of persons which he so passionately pleaded for them to be retained in relation to the ASH program. And let me remind the honourable member and the public, through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that whilst I consider myself a reasonably good economist, I have not yet figured out how to spend the same money twice. And therefore, when the honourable member asks about whether or not why these works were not done 3 years ago or 2 years ago and the like, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me remind him through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when we engage the ASH workers in the middle of the pandemic, when we had to provide additional support because of the fallout of the pandemic, the government simply did not have the space to provide the social support that we were doing for COVID, respond to the ASH, respond to the Hurricane Elsa a few weeks later, as you remember, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is 2021, in case if he is forgotten. 2021. April, ASH, July, the Hurricane Elsa, and during that summer, the Delta surge meant that we had to stand up additional facilities to isolate people in order to ensure that we contain as much as possible the pandemic. All of that required resources to be expended, and therefore when the honourable member asks why roads or any other thing could not have been done 3 years ago, those were the circumstances that we all were confronted with. I don't know if he has forgotten what Barbados was like 3 years ago, but certainly my memory is absolutely clear, given the extraordinary support that this government had to provide to ensure that we kept Barbadians safe and provide an environment for us to be able to have an extraordinary recovery. Now, the honourable member raised the question in relation to my definition of a recovery. Yeah, because you know what? Whilst we have been able to ensure that we have substantive economic activity return, the fact is we lost 2 years of COVID. And households in this country and people in this country and business in this country are still feeling the impact of that, sir. And therefore, when we speak to a recovery, we are talking about what we want to see in relation to an inclusive recovery, accelerated, because the levels of where we are today relative to 2019, the last normal year, yes, we have recovered. But the reality of it is we lost those 2 years, and therefore we need to be able to push ahead even further to ensure that we catch up in relation to where we were. So I'm not going to get into any debate with you about whether we've recovered or not. I know that we have compared to 2019 levels. However, we have had some challenges. Now, you speak to agriculture, so I'll respond to you on that too, because you seem to not be living. Through you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll respond to the honourable member for Christchurch South. In case he does not remember, last year, January to April, Barbados experienced 50% of the average 30-year rainfall in this country last year. Yes. Which meant that we had to introduce water restrictions from May to August last year. Then in September, the intense heat and then the rain caused more issues in relation to agriculture, which meant that, and you know what he doesn't want to hear, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that when the persons in the poultry industry were losing birds in September, it ain't just the big people that was losing birds, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was the small people in this country that were losing birds. You understand? Because of the intense heat. And therefore, 2023 was not a normal year for agriculture, but we weathered the storm nevertheless, and we were able to ensure that they can recover. But the honourable member does not seem to want to understand that there's nobody in Barbados that can make the rainfall nobody, not even, I know you making people cry, but there's nobody in Barbados that can make the rain fall. You understand? And therefore, I just say to you, we have been working collaboratively with the stakeholders to ensure that we can keep things on an even keel, which is why when you and your associates speak loosely about government's policy, which is why we're doing the debt swap to upgrade the same South Coast tertiary plant, which I'm sure you will be grateful for if you were still on this side, to ensure that sewage don't flow in the streets of this country again, and that the same, not just the aquifers, but also the agriculture in this country will have access to water to be able to ensure that we can achieve some level of food security. But those are things that we are doing. I don't know what you are doing when the day come out across the road there, but I can assure the people of this country that this government working in their interest to be able to bring some stability to this country. No, I'm not even going there. His chocolates in the schoolyard. I don't know what it is that he's getting on.
Honourable member, please.
Yes,
please.
Madam Speaker. All I will respond to his statement that he's not an economist is that he should place a full stop at the end of that statement and say nothing else in relation to the management of this country. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is serious stuff, and I'm not going to respond to some of the things that he has put on the table. The reality of it, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that whether it is within the context of tourism in relation to arrivals, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch West indicated, there is real growth in this economy. The Honourable Member, whether he or his associates in the Democratic Labour Party, I know that they do not want to accept the fact that there is growth in the economy. There is. And therefore, Barbadians know, and Barbadians can see for themselves the difference in the economic performance under the Barbados Labour Party compared to that under the Democratic Labour Party. And lest we forget, during COVID, when the airplanes stopped, we all recognize the difference that tourism made to this country. All of the taxi people, all of the tourism workers, all of the people in the direct tourism services, all of them can attest to the growth in this economy. Furthermore, when you look, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the employment levels in this country, across every sector, we have seen employment increasing. Now, and I think to the extent that, as it relates to construction, which the Honourable Member for Christchurch West has indicated, this is a challenge for Barbados. It really, really, really is. And the Honourable Member for St. Philip St. Philip West, with respect to the Construction Gateway program, has been intensifying that training to be able to get more people into that sector. I know that we've seen some importation of labour in certain circumstances in relation to that, to be able to help supply the demand for labour because of the construction projects that are coming on stream. Now, the Honourable Member does not like to hear this because he would like to be the rest of the country believe that somehow or the other what they're seeing with their eyes is not the reality of this country. But I leave it to him and his cohorts in George Street to work out who is the leader or whoever. I done with that, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, this bill, as we indicated, ma'am, is to be able to reposition Barbados for the future. And this government is intended to ensure that we are in a position not to just open the opportunity, but to have the private sector, however small, medium, large, whatever the size of the firm, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to take advantage of these opportunities. So we do not take this lightly at all. This debate I believe, is consequential in relation to how we move forward. The Honourable Member could get into whatever details he wants to get into in asking questions, but I know Bajans know the difference between good fiscal management and bad fiscal management. They endured 10 years of a lost decade under the Democratic Labour Party, it is clear that they are still lost, and will endure another 10 years of being lost, thanks to him, and therefore continue on that journey, honourable member. I commend you wholeheartedly. But I say to the people, through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government remains focused on ensuring that we can deliver on the things that needs to be done. He questioned matters in relation to financing, and let me finish the thought that has started in relation to the dry season and what I spoke about earlier. So during September and October last year, we had the heat, we had the intense rain, and we were not in a position to spend on capital works effectively because of the change in the weather patterns. There were some fairly intense weather storms that didn't allow us to be able to do the roads in time. And therefore, we recalibrated, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ensure that, having seen what happened in the previous dry season, that we ensured that during this time we were able to do as many roads as we possibly can. And we said to the Ministry of Transport and Works, we will reorient the budget in order to make sure that during this dry season, you can do as many roads as you possibly can, because once the rainy season starts again, there's likely to be a hiatus. And what does that mean, Madam Deputy Speaker? That you had to change the way that you were geared in order to deliver. So we, in the Ministry of Finance, had to change our process internally to make sure that we were still able to meet the other objectives of government, but to make resources available, not just during the last part of the last fiscal year, first 3 months of this year, but definitely between April and June into July, before the rains return, in order to ensure that we can maximize, Madam Deputy Speaker, the weather pattern in order to be able to achieve. So I know the honourable member is feeling a little under pressure. And just for the record, Thornbury Hill does not only belong to Christchurch South. Thornbury Hill belongs to Christchurch East Central as well as Christchurch West Central. And therefore, it is not only to Christchurch South that he needs to be concerned about. It is the people of this country that elected this government to be able to fix the issues that have been confronted them, and we continue, Madam Deputy Speaker, to so do. And therefore, let his heart not be troubled, because our delivery of what we promised and what he signed up to twice, Madam Deputy Speaker, what he signed up to twice, despite his recent epiphany, this government will continue to be able to deliver for the people. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't propose to detain the chamber much longer, as you know, but these are two substantive bills that we believe will reposition this country to be able to deliver more for our people. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, with those few words, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read the second time. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill.
Second.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and allow this honourable chamber to resolve itself in committee. Honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, permission to call the bill in parts.
Permission so granted.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 4.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 1, Clause 124 stand part.
Second.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 through 4 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 5 through 8.
Chair, I beg to move an amendment of Clause 5, Part 4 to delete the existing Clause 5.4 and to replace it with the following. Notwithstanding subsection 2, for the first fiscal year commencing on or after 1 January 2024, and the top-up tax shall apply only where a DMTT group incomes is subject to a IIR or to a UTPR in another jurisdiction. And with that amendment, Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 2, Clauses 5 to 8 stand part as amended.
Second.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 5 to 8 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 9 through 22.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 3, Clauses 9 through 22 stand part.
Second.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 9 to 22 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 23 through 28.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 4, Clause 23 to 28 stand part.
Second.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 23 to 28 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 29 through 34.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 5, Clauses 29 to 34 stand part.
Second.
The question is that Part 5, clauses 29 to 34 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 35 through 38.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 6, Clause 35 to 38 stand part.
Second.
The question is that Part 6, clauses 35 to 38 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 39 through 43.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 7, Clauses 39 to 43 stand part.
Second.
The question is that Part 7, clauses 39 to 42 stand part. 243 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 8, clauses 44 through 53.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 8, Clauses 44 to 53 stand part.
Second.
The question is that Part 8, clauses 44 to 52, 53 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 11, that's all. Mr. Chairman, we just had to do a renumbering, so it's really part 9 in the document and not part 10. Part 9 clauses 54 through 56.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 9 clauses 54 to 56 stand part as amended with the title.
The question is that Part 9, clauses 54 to 56 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 10, clauses 57 through 64.
Chair, I beg to move that Part 10 clauses 57 to 64 stand part.
The question is that Part 10, clauses 57 to 64 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 11, clauses 65 through 68.
Chair, I beg to move the inclusion of a clause 69 for a validation clause. So to insert a new clause 69 validation, notwithstanding sections 3, 2, and 5 of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act, Cap 55, all taxes purportedly paid and collected pursuant to this act from November 7, 2023 to the date of commencement of this act shall be deemed to have been lawfully and validly paid and collected. And with that insertion of that clause, I beg to move that Part 11, clauses 65 to 69 stand part as amended.
The question is that Part 11, clauses 65 to 69 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, the Part 11 was amended to insert an additional clause. So 69 is the additional clause inserted into Part 11. That was amended with the insertion of a new clause. First schedule.
Chair, I beg to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule be the first schedule of the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The second schedule.
Chair, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule of the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to Her Honor the Deputy Speaker the passing of one bill as amended in committee.
The question is that I do now report to Her Honor the Deputy Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee with amendment. Honourable member for Christchurch East.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
And second.
The question is that this bill be read the third time. All our members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. He thinks the ayes have it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the Corporation Top-Up Tax Amended Act 2024.
And second.
The question is that this bill be now passed and so cited. All honourable members in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 8, ma'am. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the second reading of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
And second.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honourable members in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill.
And second.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and this House resolve itself in committee. Honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it. This
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Clauses 1 through 5.
Chair, I beg to the amendment to clause 5(6) to delete clause 5(6) and to replace it with the following, which shall read, this section and sections 23N to 23X apply to and take effect from A, income year 2024 with respect to a company that has trading losses brought forward from income years prior to income years 2024 and such losses are in excess of $100 million. B, income year 2025 with respect to a company other than a company referred to in paragraph A. And with that amendment, Chair, I beg to move that clause 1 to 5 stand part as amended.
And second.
The question is, the clauses 1 through 5 as amended stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, clauses 6 through 14 is really, there were two clauses, 13, we just do the adjustment. So it's really clauses 6 through 14.
Chair, I beg to move the amendment to the second clause 13 to read 14 as opposed to 13, and beg to move that clauses 6 to 14 stand part as amended.
The question is that clauses 6 through 14 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause, insert. Mr. Chairman, the mover would propose an amendment. We are inserting an additional clause.
Chair, we propose to include additional clause 15, which will be a validation clause, which will state 15, notwithstanding sections 3, 2, and 5 of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act, Cap 85, all taxes properly paid and collected pursuant to this Act from November 7th, 2023 to the date of commencement of this Act shall be deemed to have been lawfully and validly paid and collected. And so with that insertion, I beg to move that clause 15 stand part.
The question is that clause 15 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. All honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
I beg to move that you do not report to our Honour the Deputy Speaker the passing of one bill in committee as amended.
The question is that I do not report to Her Honor the Deputy Speaker the passing of one bill in committee as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Honorable members, the chairman of committee has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee with amendments.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read the third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the Income Tax Amendment Act 2024.
The question is that this bill be now passed and so cited. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 13, ma'am. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the House, to move the passing of a resolution that the Honorable the House of Assembly concur in the amendments made by the Honorable the Senate to the ICC Cricket World Cup West Indies Bill 2024.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this resolution do now pass, which allows for the amendments made by the Honorable the House of the Honourable the Senate to the ICC Cricket World Cup West Indies Bill to be approved by this Honourable House.
The question is that this resolution be now passed. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. We think the ayes have it. This resolution is now passed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with that, we have come to the end of today's sitting, and I therefore beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, the 14th of May at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be now adjourned until Tuesday, the 14th of May, 2024 at 10 a.m. Honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This honorable chamber is now adjourned, until Tuesday, May the 14th at 10 a.m. in the morning. 10 a.m.